Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the final budget day. I'm sure everyone's ready for a full discussion. Before we get into the actual process and the presentation of the day, as typical, I would open up the floor to comments from any members of a committee that would like to make any sort of preface comments regarding the budget and the challenges and opportunities that we face today. So I'm opening that now. I will have some brief comments of my own, but as per usual, I like to open it up. I'm not seeing anyone in the queue, no comments. Okay, I will be extra brief then, because we do have some work ahead of us today. This is an interesting budget. When we first sat down and looked at it with finance staff, I thought we were in a fantastic position. I knew that the other cities, the other municipalities in Ontario were looking at much higher rate increases in general than the City of Kitchener was targeting at 1.5%. As we are now aware, that's actually come to fruition in some of the other municipalities in the region as well. Our rate increase, which is the most controllable figure that we can look at, is targeted to be about 1.5%, and it'll be in and around that about by the end of the day. That's no small feat. It's nearly half of some other rate increases, and it's not like we're making up for lost time, because our rate increases have been less than others in the region for quite a few years now, and it's something that I think we should be proud of as a council and committee. And then there was the other wallop, I'm going to call it, and that is the water and sewer rates. There are some factors in the City of Kitchener that we have limited ability to control, and one of them is water and sewer rates. There are other examples. Firefighter arbitration is a good example. But the reality is, to replace our water and sewer pipes, there's a cost associated to that is not, there isn't a whole lot of flexibility in there. One factor that I think has been missed in the discussions that's come along this far is that Kitchener is not alone in our water and sewer rate increase. Our particular increase might be larger than some other municipalities at this point in time, but other municipalities have raised them significant amounts in previous years. And on par, we're actually not too far from, even after the increase, from some of our other municipalities. Doing a bit of research on this, I thought, well, let's take a look at some of the largest cities in Ontario. And I hadn't followed it that closely, but the City of Toronto, for example, approved an 8% water rate increase for 2016, as well as for 2015. And I thought, wow, that must be, I didn't really see much flack coming out of the City of Waterloo for that water rate increase. Perhaps, it was a one-time thing, it was accepting. And then I went back and looked closer. And prior to the two 8% increases, the City of Toronto raised water rates 9% for 9 years in a row. 9% for 9 years in a row. This is an issue that all of people in Ontario and across Canada face. Our water rates cost what they cost, and that's going to be the most serious issue that we deal with today. I will have more comments when we get to that, but the last thing I wanted to comment on is in terms of the general finances. So I already touched upon our rate increase being amongst the lowest in Ontario as far as I can tell. The other thing I wanted to touch upon is people that live in Kitchener have 4 levels of government. They have our lower tier, they have the regional tier, the provincial, and the federal. Of all 4 of those tiers, there's only one tier that has debt going down, and that is us. Regional debt's going up, provincial debt's going up, federal debt's going up. City of Kitchener debt has decreased from about $112 million in 2013 to approximately $85 million by 2016. That's, again, is just another indication that I think we are on the right track, certainly in terms of the finances in the City of Kitchener. So that concludes my comments. I would now at this point turn it over to Mr. Chapman. Oh, sorry, Councillor Fernandez. I had asked earlier if other people wanted to comment. Please, go ahead.
Thanks, and I apologize, I was late. I only heard part of your comments, Councillor Davey. I just want to quickly make a comment that I think every city and every municipality needs to take the situation based on the situation that they're dealing with at the time. When Toronto raised their rates, and I'm familiar with the numbers you quoted, having spoken a number of times with Mr. Tiegi before he left. And his comments were that he was part of those increases. He did see them. But we are dealing with a number of different issues right now, not just municipally, but I'm looking at the increase in the food rates, and I'm looking at the decrease in the dollar. And our citizens are being hit with that double whammy, plus dealing with water and sewer and sanitary rates increasing substantially. I think we have to take a look at the whole picture, and I think there are areas that we should be looking at today that we may need to put on hold for a little bit. I'm not saying cancel them, I'm not saying stop them, I'm saying put on hold for a little bit. And that may affect my ward as well, and if my citizens are watching this morning, I apologize, but I want to be a little bit more balanced for you guys. I think there are things that we have to be careful about today.
Through you, Mr. Judges, a minor correction. When you were speaking, you referred to 8% in Waterloo. I think you meant Toronto.
Oh, I did mean Toronto, pardon me.
Thank you.
Mayor Rabinovich?
Thank you. I was going to save my comments until later on, and probably will make more later on, but I think a few words at this point in time would be appropriate. I think a lot of work has been done by staff to get the budget down to the proposal that's before us. Certainly, if I think back on the many budgets I've participated in previously, we've had significant increases proposed, and then we whittled it down. I think staff did a lot of the hard work for us to get it down to the proposal that's before us today in the range of 1.5%. There's no doubt that the issue of sewer and water rates is one that's concerning for me, and it's concerning for no doubt everyone around this horseshoe. But at the same time, it's also an area that's the most controllable. The reality is that we as Canadians use exorbitant amounts of water in comparison to many other nations in the world. And so, number one, we know that the indications from the provincial government have always been that particularly since the tragedies that happened in Walkerton have been that cities need to invest in their water and wastewater infrastructure, and number two, that those utilities should be self-financing. In other words, they should be funded from rates, and in the eventuality that sewer and water are making money, then rates should be dropped and not cross-subsidized taxes either. So I think that's an important point to remember. And I think the other point to remember is that when we look at everything this year in terms of what we're looking at in terms of city taxes, looking at sewer and water rates, and looking at the decrease in gas rates, I think we're going to end up in a very good situation, certainly in comparison to other municipalities. And if we want to have the kind of growing community that we're having, and if we want to create, the kind of community that I hear many people around this horseshoe talk about, then it can't be a race to the bottom. We already have one of the lowest tax rates in the province in terms of the average household, and certainly in the region, in terms of the average household, based on 2015 figures, had the lowest cost per household. And I would anticipate that is, based on the numbers that we've heard and that we're considering, that's only going to continue, if not get better.
Okay, and Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything. I've done a lot of talking over the weekend, and I've included everyone in with my talking. My biggest concern with this budget, and I've sat through quite a few of these, is with the rate that our utilities are going up. And in my discussions, I can fully appreciate the problems we are facing. My main concerns have come from we haven't really looked at any other alternatives or options. And that's what I've been pressing for. I have not been pressing to do away with any increases or to reduce increases to the rate of inflation. I've said let's look at some alternatives. And I went back to the doomsday speech by Mr. Taegi on that Black Monday when he went through everything, and even in his discussions gave us two options. But we didn't bother even looking at the impact of those options. We went straight to the top of the list, patting ourselves on the back because of our apparent smaller increase in realty taxes. We are in a state right now with everything rising in price, everything. And we need to help our consumers with their utilities. That is just another part of the tax levy that people have to face. Yes, it comes with a different label, but it's all part of public costs. And so when I've asked, and I bring forward a resolution asking for a reduced rate, and it's especially important now when we have the senior governments looking at what they're going to do. Well, I think we need to wait and see. I'm not, if I had to come in and said no increase at all, or increase according to the rate of inflation, that's one thing. I'm just saying let's look at 2016 separately. Let's take an option that was put on the table for us and go with that for this year and see what develops. And I urge you, when we come to that point of the meeting today, that you will support those reduced rates that I've put forward.
Okay, thank you. I will turn over to Mr. Chapman now, and I will be using for the rest of the day the timer. I hope everyone can see it from where they're sitting for 5 minutes of speaking time. Mr. Chapman, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Davey and members of committee. I'm pleased again to lead off today's final budget day presentation, which, as you know, represents a culmination of many months of work between staff and council to bring the budget to the point it is at today. As in the past, I'll walk through a very small number of slides in introduction, then we'll deal with the local board budgets, and after that, Ryan will walk you through the balance of the budget day presentation. Again, I'd like to remind you of the different ways that citizens have been connecting to our budget. And if you are posting about the budget today via social media, we encourage you to use the hashtag KitBudget2016. The content for the presentation will be ordered as follows, and we'll pause at the end of each section for council discussion and then look for motions to approve the various components of the budget as we proceed through committee today. As you've noted, the budget information that's presented today is intentionally concise. I'll speak to a few highlights from previous presentations and then update you on our local comparator municipalities. Mr. Haggie will provide the updates for projections and actuals for the enterprises and also the follow-up information that you've requested in our previous meetings. By the end of the day, committee will have approved all of the budgets and forwarded those recommendations to the special council meeting for ratification. Regarding the operating budget, there are three highlights for council today. First, we're pleased to note that the tax-supported budget maintains existing service levels at a modest increase of 1.5%. Within that increase, substantial investments are being made in the Waterloo Region Economic Development Corporation, the Centre in the Square, and also Kitchener Public Library. And lastly, within this budget, as already discussed, utility investments are being made to ensure the sustainability of critical infrastructure. Within the capital budget, there are also three highlights. First of all, as we've noted before, the capital budget is balanced, meaning that there is full funding to deliver the complete program over the 10-year period. Within that, there are substantial new investments in priority areas, such as public Wi-Fi, community gardens, the Kiwanis Park Pool, the Iron Horse Trail, and the replacement of failing water and sewer infrastructure. As the Chair has also noted, our city debt levels continue to decrease, and the city is now within the moderate range of debt per household as defined by the province. One of the areas that we have regard for within the budget is local comparators, and so we thought we would take a moment to update you on the status of our local comparators. As has already been noted, Kitchener is anticipated to have the lowest tax rate increase by far, and the other local cities are also increasing their utility rates beyond the rate of inflation. Since the time of preparing this presentation, Cambridge and the region have passed their budgets, and so this information is out of date. Cambridge adopted a tax rate increase at 3.1%, and the region adopted a tax rate increase at 3%. Specifically with respect to the utility rates, you can see that clearly the upward pressure on Kitchener's rates is not unique, although it's more pronounced now because of our comparatively lower increases over the past number of years. My final slide reiterates the impact on an average homeowner based on the proposed 2016 budget. As has been noted by the Mayor, household costs will actually be lower in 2016 than they were in 2015, granted that the reduction is due to the softening of natural gas prices and the corresponding reduction in gas supply rates. I'll pause here for any questions before turning to local boards.
Councillor Fernandez?
Mr. Chapman, I don't know if this question should be directed to yourself or to Mr. Hagee, but in previous years, I and other council members have asked for the existing budgets as of December 31st. What would it take for that to be an ongoing part of the budget? I know we were provided them in November, but I think it's critical to a decision making today that we know what the existing balances are as of December 31st. Does that need a motion of council?
Mr. Chapman?
So we provide it annually as requested. So I think as Ryan noted in communication with you, there was a request made at Capital for water balances as of November 30th. That was provided. And at year end, they were provided last year based on a motion. If you would like it provided routinely as a part of every budget package, I think to give direction by a motion would be appropriate, and then we will do that going forward.
Okay, I will prepare a motion to that for today.
Thank you. And sorry, Mr. Chapman, historically, then that's come part of the budget process. Was the intention to move the motion on that right now, or did you want to?
I'm just going to write it up in
raise
case there are other comments.
Sure, very good. Thank you. Mayor Vabenovich, question on that point?
Well, just I guess my one question would be, I mean, we're now January 18th. Do we have those year-end numbers yet?
Oh, sorry, Mayor Vabenovich, I think if I understood Councillor Fernandez correctly, she means for future budgets, not for this one?
Right.
No, I understand that, but my question is, do we, I mean, it's January 18th.
Right.
Do we normally have those numbers by this point, or does it mean that we're going to have to move our budget process into February in order to have those numbers?
So through the chair, they would not be final. So we could run the report as of December 31st, but there will still be accruals made until the end of January as we post accounts payable. So if your interest was in as they stand as of December 31st, given what's in process, that could be provided. If you wanted final numbers, those could be provided with the year-end variance report that comes in March. So depending on what you're looking for, those are the two timelines.
Mr. Hagee, do you want to comment?
I was just going to note as well, for publishing the budget package, it's done mid-December. So if we were to provide that information as part of the final budget day package, we wouldn't be running it as of December 31st anyway. The latest number we'd be able to provide council would be a November number.
Okay, thank you.
If it were to come as part of the budget package. If it were to come later, we could deal with it as of December 31st, but it would not be available to publish with the rest of the final budget day package.
Okay.
So I'll follow up, perhaps, Councillor Fernandez, at a break. We can talk about the various options before you draft up that motion.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I wanted to get into this discussion as I did ask staff for figures. Now, I don't know, what are we talking about here? Capital figures? Are we talking about all figures? I really think this is the first time in I don't know how many years that I've looked at budgets and we're sitting down and dealing with an operating budget where we haven't seen any actual figures. I think the most recent ones we received were in November. And what was the date of those figures? Were they September figures? They were August figures. So here we are dealing with next year's budget, and we still haven't seen what our actual figures are for this year. Is there no way? And when it comes to capital, I asked Mr. Hagee Is there no way that we can digitally get in and look at this information? That information should be open to us. We shouldn't have to ask for that. But we're really provided with limited information.
Sorry, was there a question in there?
No, there wasn't a question.
Okay. Okay, no, I'm just clarifying. I don't see anyone else in the queue, so we'll circle back with Councillor Fernandez at some point. Please continue.
So we'll move on now and discuss the local boards. I'll start with Centre in the Square. There is one issue paper included in your package today on pages 51 to 52, and this is the follow-up item in relation to the transitional funding that the Centre is being provided for 2016. There was a lack of clarity at committee around how and when those funds would be flowed and what would happen to any surplus funds if they remained. Our recommendation is that the additional transitional funding flow at the request of Centre in the Square, but that any surplus funds related to this amount return to the city. We've reviewed that recommendation and it's supported by the Board of Centre in the Square. And we've included that recommendation on the draft resolutions for Special Council today. So if you'd like to take a different direction, it would be important to reflect that change in the final motion.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I'm all right with the direction that staff are proposing as the recommendation. I was just wondering if we could add on to the timing of the funding transfer in that recommendation, just that council is advised when those requests are made by Centre in the Square, just through an email that some of those funds are being used and flowing out. Is that possible without creating a lot of work?
We can do that?
Okay.
Yes.
I'd like to add that.
Do you want to just, I'm not sure in terms of the process, so can we just take that as a motion now and deal with it now? Or how would you prefer?
We'll add that in. Do they have the final budget resolutions yet, right? Have they been handed out yet?
Sorry, Mr. Hagee?
So there are final budget resolutions. I know I've sent them to clerks. I don't know if they're around. It's clause 7 deals with the Centre in the Square timing, and it says, so the additional transitional funding of $250,000 from tax stabilization reserve for Centre in the Square be dispersed at the request of the board, Centre in the Square board, and that any surplus transitional funding be returned to the City of Kitchener. Right. We could just add in some wording that essentially says, and that council is notified when the request comes.
Right. Yep. That's all I'm looking to do.
Okay, very good.
So are we dealing then with...
So we'll take approval of that, of Centre in the Square budget then now, correct? And then
yes.
move along. Okay.
And then the vote.
Okay.
Good.
So any other comments, questions, concerns about Centre in the Square before we vote? I'm not seeing, so the motion by Councillor Galloway-Seelock, I presume, is approval of the budget with her addition that council be notified of any transitional funding. Those in favour? And that carries unanimously. Councillor Fernandez?
I'm sorry, I meant to ask that we have a recorded vote for everything today. I think it's important on final budget day to do that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Further, that was unanimous. I think that's clear, but for future votes, we'll make sure to record everything, okay? On to KPL.
No changes have been made to the 2016 budget, so it would be appropriate to either take questions or a motion on that one at this point.
Okay, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I don't have any questions on the KPL budget. I had asked the chair at the beginning if we could also deal with the issue paper with regards to the Southwest Community Library project funding going to the Southwest Community, or sorry, to the South Kitchener District Park, just in case there's any questions that people may have of library staff, so that we can deal with it now and move on.
Okay, that is on page final 56, and I think it's appropriate to deal with it now, so we can ask any questions of the...
I'll have a motion at the appropriate time, but I do not have any questions.
Okay, thank you. So questions, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I want to ask the library people whether they need that $750,000 that we're shifting around, and if it's not needed, why was it put in 2019? And is it something that we can reduce that $10 million expenditure by?
Good morning, Ms. Chevreau.
Yes, thank you. It is our position that we do need it, and at this point, I believe the budget was originally 2017. Now it's 2019. We have a full intention of building a beautiful Southwest branch and building, and feel at this point that funding is required.
Is there any other funding that you have that you're going to be getting ahead of when you need it, like this $750,000?
No.
And how did that occur that all of a sudden you don't need that in 2019?
Well, we do need the funding. I think that the board was approached and we agreed that the funding is simply going to be delayed, and this is sort of a one-time ask. And we, as a board, feel that we can move that funding 2 years as long as we still receive the funding down the road.
And who were you approached by?
Councillor Kelly Galloway Seelock.
Thank you.
Clarification, Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Through the budget process, I asked staff to look at ways to advance the South District Park. That's not a surprise to anybody. What I did after that meeting was I talked to staff about this as an option and a few other options that were presented. From there, staff were able to write a paper that went to the library board that was not presented by me. That came on behalf of the direction that council or committee gave to staff to look at various funding options. This was an option. Staff wrote the paper to the library board, and the library board's motion is in front of you. So it was something that I presented as an option of funding, as I said I would discuss with staff from the previous budget committee meetings.
That is correct.
May I respond to that, please?
Yes, Councillor Gazzola. You actually still have a few minutes left.
I'm just curious because everything else we do, we need council resolutions. I know Councillor Fernandez asked for something earlier this morning. We don't move without council's resolutions. Why would this happen in this particular case? And are there other cases like this that we're not aware of?
Mr. Chapman?
Through Mr. Chair, this was a council direction on capital budget day, and on that basis, staff followed up.
Okay. Councillor Gazzola, you're not queued in. No, you're finished? Okay. Councillor Fernandez.
I want to speak to that point as well, because I'm a little bit concerned. I sit on a board as well, that I would have influence over or be able to affect a budget that's so substantial for one of our community sites. I'm a little bit concerned that by taking this money out of that budget now, that there may be a possibility that that won't be available when it's needed for that building.
Okay.
And
so, Councillor Fernandez, are you asking this?
What I want to know from Ms. Chevron, sorry, I've pronounced your name incorrectly.
That's okay.
Is that was the board really comfortable with this request? I mean, it's a substantial amount of money.
It is a substantial amount of money, and the board spent a considerable amount of time discussing this issue, and ultimately felt that we are comfortable with it. We wouldn't have passed it, or the board wouldn't have passed it otherwise. And I think the feeling was that if this is certainly simply a transfer opportunity where money is transferred from one project to another but is inserted back, and that's what I understood, and certainly the board understands from the document that came from City, that would be the understanding. So yes.
So Councillor Galloway-Seelock sits on the board. Was she there part of those discussions?
She was there for the sessions, sure.
Okay, so I think that there's a bit of a conflict, but I'll just raise that.
I expected a point of personal privilege. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Mayor Verbenovich can go first.
Oh, okay. Mayor Verbenovich.
Thanks. In all due fairness, Councillor Fernandez, every single member around this horseshoe, including yourself, advocates for projects in their ward. I only need to bring up the Southwest Optimist Park as a great example of one that you advocated significantly with staff and other people in the community in order to see happen. It's every member's of council's responsibility to speak for the projects in their area and at the boards that they participate in. And it is not a conflict. You read the Municipal Act, you will know it is not a conflict for Councillor Galloway-Seelock to speak to this issue at the library board, and I think that was an inappropriate comment.
Okay, Councillor Fernandez, do you want to continue?
I just want to respond to that because I think it's important to understand that this is removing money from a budget, and I don't think that was something I ever asked for.
Okay, Councillor Etherington.
A couple of questions, Mr. Chair, that I need to feel confident about before I approve this. Maybe this is to staff, but I want to know, the question is, well, perhaps we could start with the... do you think there is any risk of this money not showing several years later, the $700,000?
I think there is always a risk. It is deferring funding, and anytime one defers funding, there is a risk. However, we feel that the board feels that it is a risk that we're willing to consider.
Mr. Chapman as well.
Through the chair, I don't think there's any greater risk of having the funds in 2021 than 2019. It will fall within the same term of that council. In fact, I think there's more certainty for the library. They have replaced funding from a DC recovery reserve with capital out of current funding, which is a more certain funding source. So although the timing has shifted 2 years, the funding source is in fact more confirmed than the previous one.
Thank you.
Councillor Marsh.
I just want to add my 2 cents because I also sit on the Kitchener Public Library Board, and at that meeting, the tone of the discussion after the board approved that decision was by no means any kind. There was absolutely no intimidation or persuasiveness. I think it's just it's clear in the motion that was approved is that it was a one-time ask by City Council, and so I think it was proper to do it ahead of our budget day today in order to make sure that the board would be okay with this decision should council go with it. If we had done the opposite, if we had just said, if Councillor Galloway-Seelock had said, why don't we shift this funding from this year to that year, then it's very predictable that our council would probably say, well, how would the board feel about that? We can't make that decision until the board looks at it and considers it and agrees with it. So we've done it in the proper order, and I think it's a good idea to increase amenities for our residents who've been waiting in the southwest area of Kitchener to make sure that they have their amenities a couple of years ahead of time.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, just a question coming out of all these other questions. That $10 million project is spread over 5 years or 6 years. Could you guys explain that? How is it? Are they going to build it over 6 years? Or?
Mr. Chapman?
When is it due to be opened?
That would be a question for the library board. I'll answer the first question, though. It was spread over 10 years originally because the funding is coming from... I'll back up one step. When the Central Library was built, a portion that was growth-related was funded out of tax-supported budgets. We're able to recover those costs in future DC studies. That's what's happening here. So every year as DC revenues come in, they're recovered into a reserve, and that's transferred in the library's budget. So there is no ability, unless we issue debt, to front-end that work. So we've shifted all of the costs back to the 5-year point, and the library will have decisions to make around how quickly they want to move and how large that project will be, and that will dictate the timing.
So where do we stand on that? It sort of sounds like there's a pot of money there and it's in the air. When are we to expect that library? Maybe we can defer the whole $5 million.
I think the intent for the board for 2016 is to really take a look at that project and to come back with a presentation for council sometime in 2016. I believe that's our commitment and has been stated on record.
Thank you.
Okay, and just as an indicator, the clock's working kind of sporadically, so I've got my backup going on over here. Apologies. Councillor Galway-Seelock.
Yeah, I don't have any questions, but to that point that Councillor Guzzola was just making, in last year's budget, one of the motions that was passed that I requested was that the library look at what's going to happen with the Southwest branch to inform the 2017 budget. And part of the reason why I asked for it in the 2017 budget was because I knew we were going to be having a new CEO come in this year with Mary now here, and knowing she wasn't going to be coming until at least late spring, early summer, but not knowing the timing, and that our budget papers are due in August. It gave the new CEO an opportunity to get her feet wet, as well as the library board. And being on the library board, I also know that we have our strategic planning session coming up in April, which can also help to inform the decision for what the Southwest Library looks like, and can help also inform the 2017 budget. And so that was a step that I took last year to make sure that we have a better picture of what that looks like and how much that costs moving forward.
Okay, and there's no one else in the queue if you wanted to move your motion.
So the motion that I would like to move is pretty much right there from the library board on the final page 57. Take out the first paragraph and keep in the following three paragraphs: that the reallocation of $750,000 from the Kitchener Public Library's Southwest Community Library funding to the South District Kitchener District Park project in the year 2019, and that the $750,000 be reallocated to the Southwest Community Library project in the year 2021, and that there be no reduction in the overall budget for the Southwest Community Library. So that's my motion, and I would like to make a few comments if I can.
Please.
In the discussions with the library board, it was clear in presenting only and answering questions on understanding the project that one thing they were clear about is that this was a one-time ask. They didn't want the city to continue to come back and ask for more funding requests to change their funding. And I think that's clear that they don't want to see an overall reduction in their budget at this time with their last paragraph, that no overall reduction comes forward or comes out of this. I think when you look at the funding for the South End Library, it's pretty clear that this project won't be delayed by this switch in money. And I think what we are able to accomplish is great for this community that lacks amenities. I've also made a commitment before, and I'll make it again, that I will continue to work with the staff people in the sponsorship group to try and work to find money for sponsorships for these amenities in the Southwest End. I've already started some preliminary discussions, and I hope by next year we'll have some sort of agreement or some sort of announcements that we can make that with regards to some of the Southwest amenities, with regards to sponsorship. I've already mentioned that 2017 will be the budget that will help inform the overall funding for the South End Library, and I think that having that in place last year was something that was very positive. In essence, what this does is it borrows money from one budget and puts it into the other so that community amenities can be brought forward in the Southwest. I also need to make it clear in a discussion that I had with Mr. Gross, and I don't see him here, is that the servicing for that area is actually developer dependent, and if the developer wished to move that forward, we may be able to get servicing sooner than 2019.
what this comes down to in the end is that a good solution has been found, one that makes sense for the overall good of the community. And for my integrity to be questioned is not something that's much appreciated. I found, in fact, I have the 3 options that I presented to staff because I committed to that in the committee budget, or in the committee motion, that I would follow up with staff with options. I'll tell you the 3 options that I presented to them, and this one seemed the most feasible to go to the library board. 1 was to look at some funding from the Southwest Community Center. 2 was to look at the budget for Grand River Park, and 3 was to look at the KPL budget. Those are the 3 options that I worked with staff to look at, and at the end of the day, the KPL was the one that looked like it was the best solution in order to move community amenities forward. I've already said that they're much needed in the community, and I really regret that coming up with a positive solution for our community is looked down upon by me presenting it to a board that I happen to sit on.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I just want to comment that I won't be supporting the resolution, and I'm not questioning anybody's integrity. It's just bad practice to start shifting things around. I know there are a lot of our areas that lack amenities and would like to have amenities before they're slated to go forward, and that's human nature. We want something, and we want it yesterday. And I just think it's a bad practice to get into, to start we spend hours upon hours coming up with budgets and estimates, and then to go back and start shifting things around is purely a bad habit to get into. And for that reason, I won't be supporting the resolution.
Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say that while I've been here at Council, I think Councillor Galloway-Sealock has always worked very hard for her ward, and I see absolutely nothing wrong with that. I think we all do that, and I commend her for that. I'm going to support this, but I hope that she works as strenuously in the future, or that she argues as strenuously to make certain that the library gets that $700,000. And I'm confident they will get that money, so she has my support.
Thank you. Councillor Yaneski.
Yes, thank you. I see the objective of this approach in terms of advancing money to bring this project a little sooner. Yet, from my experience in planning and dealing with engineering for development of lands and processing subdivision application growth in area, this whole project is clearly dependent on an outside developer coming forward and bringing services forward. Otherwise, this is not going to move. And relying on the developer is, as stated here, in the best case scenario, the sanitary sewer could be constructed in 2019 if the developer moves forward. And if he doesn't, it doesn't move, period. So relying on that type of comment, I think it's the most important of all the other comments that everybody has outlined in terms of why they think it may go forward. So from that perspective, I'm not going to be supporting it.
Point of clarification, Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Just one point of clarification. I think the report references the only piece that may not be able to go forward because of servicing is the splash pad. The rest can move forward. If Hans was here, I would ask him a question that I guess I ask you to take. I can ask Cynthia, but it was a conversation I had with Hans, so it makes it very difficult for Cynthia to answer. With regards to the 2019 sanitary sewer, is that a fact, or is that the best guess that staff had at the time?
Sorry, Ms. Fletcher. Oh, pardon me. That Huge vote. Try that again.
Through the chair, I would be pretty confident that Hans has a good handle on the timing that servicing might be available, and in fact, we're asking him to come down at this point.
Okay, if he's able to make it down, I'll ask that question that I had with him at the end, if there's no other comments.
If I can just add one further clarifying point. So supposing the servicing doesn't get there in time, how does this affect budgets anyway? Because my understanding is there's really going to be no material difference if it gets built later. So other than it not getting built sooner, does it affect, I guess my question is, what's the harm in approving this if the servicing doesn't get there in place in terms of, from a purely budgetary standpoint? Is there any? I think my point, I don't think there's any, but Mr. May.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, staff certainly don't see harm in this approach.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Rabinovich.
Thank you. Just very quickly, I will be supporting the motion that's before us. I think as far as the library goes, and we all know, the library is one of our most valued services by our ratepayers. And this council has shown great support for the library in terms of the investments that we've made over the years, both in terms of the Central Library, the Country Hills branch, the Stanley Park branch. I mean, those are the ones that have all been built in my time on council, and ultimately this one that's going to move forward. What we're talking about here is simply a switching of funds between a couple years for projects in the same area to service the same group of residents for the most part. And if it makes sense for one piece of it to move forward in another in order to advance it and have those amenities available to the citizens of an unserviced part of our community right now, quite frankly, I'm pleased that Councillor Galloway-Seelock came up with some ideas and that staff were able to work with her and the library to move it forward, bring a recommendation forward to us, and based on it being a very reasonable and logical one, I'm more than pleased to support it today.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Yes, thank you, Chair Davey. I will be supporting the recommendation too. I think it's an area that's been underserviced for a long time, and this is a way of moving forward with some projects to provide some more valuable services needed. And I think the way it was done, I think it was done in an appropriate manner, and I think it was done. I would be very impressed with my councillor if she had done this for her citizens. So I think it was a job well done, and I think it's a win-win for everyone.
Councillor Singh.
Yes, very quickly. I think the right action was taken with the direction that was given by committee in looking at alternatives, and I think only compliments are in order for Councillor Galloway-Seelock to have helped with that process and looking at alternatives as you've outlined, something that will not have any effect on the budget, but it will add a much-needed amenity to this area, and that's been long awaited. So without any concern, I will support.
Okay, and before going to Councillor Galloway-Seelock for the final word, I just wanted to say when this was first raised, I did have some concerns because I was a little bit unclear on the funding source. Now that I have all the information in front of me, it really makes a lot of sense because you're not affecting any other wards. We're addressing an area of the city that has had their amenities pushed back. And what we're doing is we're borrowing from the south end a future amenity to fund an amenity in the nearer term that they're actually going to get to enjoy in the interim. So it really makes a lot of sense, and I'm happy to support it. Councillor Galloway-Seelock, final word.
Yeah, actually, Hans is here, so I would ask just that we get clarification with regards to the sanitary sewer outlet that is needed for the splash pad only. Hans, it's my understanding that you informed the site servicing capacity piece of the report. And you say that in the best case scenario, a sanitary sewer outlet could be constructed by the year of 2019. My question is that fact, or is that a guess because it relies on other people constructing it?
Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, that's our best estimate based on a lot of things that are happening in that area.
So there is potential that if the private landowner or developer put the pipe in sooner or the sewer in sooner, that we could have access sooner or later for that matter.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, last question or comment, Councillor Fernandez?
Actually, that opened up a question. Is that sanitary sewer dependent on any or part of the Strasbourg Road extension?
Mr. Gross?
Yes.
Which portion?
The portion on which that trunk sanitary sewer is located, and that's essentially from Strasbourg, from Huron Road, or south of Huron Road, if you will, down to the wooded area, because from the wooded area it heads west.
Okay, but so essentially it's the northern section of...
The northern section.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, and Councillor Yaneski's jumped in.
Yeah, further to the responses from Mr. Gross, question directed to him. How many developer-owned lands does it have to go through?
Mr. Gross?
3.
3. Okay, so we're not relying on one developer, we're relying on 3. And it's going to take longer, knowing realistically how my involvement in there has taken place. And how much length of sanitary sewer extension do we are anticipating from today where it is to 3 years from now, in terms of length?
Not sure he's going to have the length.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure of the question.
Okay, well, I mean, to get to this particular location, to bring this project feasible, it has to be to a certain destination, wherever that is, in that area, the Southwest District. But to get there, there's an existing terminus right now. What is that length? Are we talking like maybe 500 meters? Are we talking 3 kilometers? I have no idea. And that is also dependent on development charges too, which are in the hole. Is that correct?
Only partially correct through the chair. The part of the sewer is a development charge sewer,
right?
Which is the South Strasbourg trunk sanitary sewer. The other part of the sewer, which would service the Southwest Park, is what you would call a local sewer, which goes through the Becker property.
Which goes where, sorry?
Which goes through the Becker property.
Oh, through Becker property.
Yes.
I know what you're talking about, yeah.
So there's only about 50% of the length required is a development charge sewer.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we're getting a bit off track here, because again, to clarify, whether it gets serviced or not, all that matters is if it does get serviced early, the splash pad gets built. If it gets serviced later, the splash pad doesn't get built until such time as it's there. There's no financial impact or harm whether it gets built or not. Unless I'm missing something, I think it's a moot argument. Yeah, I think we're just going to... two quick comments, Councillor Galloway.
Two quick comments, just in light of some of the comments that have been made. One, to Councillor Etherington, I do and will commit to making sure that the money stays in the library budget. That's why I did include the last paragraph from the library board's motion, that there's no reduction to the overall budget, but I really do look to the 2017 budget to see what that branch is going to look like. And to Councillor Gazzola, with regards to your comment that it's a bad habit to switch things around, we did just that in order to accommodate the Kingsdale Community Centre a few years ago.
Okay, let's move along. So recorded vote's been... Councillor Gazzola, thank you. Recorded vote. Okay, those in favor? And opposed? That carries. And moving along, Mr. Haggie.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We'll move into the enterprise budgets and look at them in order. The slide you see before you is a reminder of the decisions that Council's made or will make about rates as far as they relate to the enterprises. Council has already set the rates For golf, building, and parking, all three of those happened as the user fee schedule was approved. Gas has been set already by council and is done outside of the budget process that came into effect as of November. So council's already set rates for the top 4 enterprises on this list, and the top 4, or the first 4 enterprises that we'll look at. The only rates that are being set today as part of final budget day are water, sanitary, and storm. So it's just some context about the rates and for the various enterprises. This year, there's a summary slide for each of the enterprise budgets, and this slide includes information about changes either in the 2016 and forecast budget or 2015 projected actuals. As you will see, most budgets are unchanged, but in some cases there are some significant changes within the projected actuals for 2015, and each of these will be summarized before we get to any of the enterprises. So the first enterprise we'll talk about is golf. It's one of the simplest ones to give an overview of because essentially nothing has changed. The budget remains unchanged, the actuals remain unchanged. There's no new information from what council considered when it was presented during the operating budget. So if you review this schedule versus what you had before, the numbers are essentially the same. That closes comments on golf. I look to the chair about how we want to proceed with passing enterprise budgets.
I think we'll just take them one at a time. I don't see any questions, so I'd look to someone to move the golf budget. Moved by Councillor Ioannidis. I don't see any comments or questions, so we'll take the recorded vote. Oh, question on golf, Councillor Gazzola?
Just a quick theoretical question. I won't keep it long. Looking at your statement, the statement looks very much in line with some concepts I had for our water enterprise, where you're living with a line of credit from the city over a number of years. You have a negative stabilization reserve fund, which is fine. Have we ever thought about let's raise the golf fee so we get rid of that? The same as we do with water and sewers?
Ms. Kugler?
Through you, Chair, I would say that the golf fees are about customer use. If we increase the fees to a point where customers would no longer attend, it would actually have the reverse, as opposed to a service that you don't have an option to opt in or out of. There's no other alternative for you to access.
Then we could get rid of the golf courses and have substantial gains. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kugler. No further questions. So the motion has been moved by Councillor Ioannidis. Recorded vote. And that carries unanimously. On to building.
So for the building enterprise, again, the budget's figures remain unchanged from what council has seen before, but the 2015 projection has improved by $431,000, and that's based on increased permit activity towards the end of the year. And here are the figures for the building enterprise.
Thank you, Mr. Haggie. Councillor Gazzola.
Let's have a question of Mr. Sealing. What happens if the closing reserve balances get larger than our maximum benchmark?
Mr. Sealing.
Through the chair, if our revenues exceeded the maximum benchmark, well, the building division's already committed to, so in 2016.
No, I'm talking about right along the whole way. If you get that stabilization reserve closing balance, if in 2016, let's say, for example, that comes up to $7 million, so what happened? Which is over the $6.7 million.
Mr. May, do you have a comment?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would just remind Council that those benchmarks are set internally. There's no legislative benchmark, and so as a result, it would continue to accumulate in the account.
So I think the question is, and I'm sure Councillor Gazzola is aware of the answer, when fees in building which you can't affect, we're going to lower building permit fees, etc.
I understand.
Okay.
I'd like to make a comment here, if I could, on it.
Sorry, so no further questions, Councillor Gazzola?
No further questions.
Thanks, Mr. Sealing. Go ahead with your comment, Councillor. Oh, sorry, actually, hold off your comment for a second, Councillor Gazzola. There's some people in the queue for questions. Councillor Fernandez.
I think it's great that we're much further ahead than we anticipated, Mr. Sealing. And the clarification is that the benchmark is set internally. Does that ever get reviewed or adjusted? And if it does, when would that happen?
Through the chair, I'm not sure exactly when it would get reviewed. I can tell you that other municipalities, large municipalities like Kitchener, there's one municipality that set their target at 300%. There's a number of municipalities at 200%. The City of Kitchener, I adopted or recommended that we be at least 100%, and we've been fortunate the last few years that we've been at the 100% or a little bit higher than that.
Mr. Hagy-Dad?
So we looked at the reserve fund policy in 2012. At that time, we said we would review everything after 5 years. So in 2017 is when we expect to look at, all of the reserves, not just this specific one. If I can you pause the clock, because this goes back to a previous question. So if the reserve were to be over its maximum, the funds, by legislation, have to stay within building, so they couldn't be used to subsidize taxes or other rates. But what we would look at in a future year is essentially to drop rates to the building permit fees in order to, recorrect that we're within the minimum and maximum. So.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you.
Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, thank you. The projection that's outlined here before us was better in terms of dollars coming in. And I do recall last year, at the same time, you indicated that for this 2015, your thoughts weren't maybe as positive in terms of the growth, but they were much better, which is good news. For 2016, knowing the economy the way we are right now, I mean, I'm not talking about the dollar, American dollar, that's got nothing to do with it as I would see it, but based on the development growth in the city, low interest rates, other factors, do you see very promising 2016 or just more of an average?
So through the chair, I'm predicting that we're going to have another busy year in the building division. I'm optimistic that our high-rise apartment buildings are going to return. We didn't issue any high-rise apartment buildings in 2015. And I expect them, along with low-rise residential, to continue the path that they've resounded on in 2015. Our low-rise residential product returned big time in 2015.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now you're definitely done, Mr. Sealing. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Ioannidis for the building enterprise. Recorded vote on everything. Those in favor? And opposed? One opposed. Oh, pardon me? No, I think it's important we do revote, Councillor Gazzola, if you don't mind. We'll do revote on that. There was an error. Okay, voting's open. Same thing, building enterprise. There was a mistake last time. And that carries unanimously. On to parking, Mr. Haggie.
So looking at the parking enterprise, the budget and projected actuals for parking have been updated with new information relating to taxes on the Civic District parking garage. The property was assessed by MPAC, and the taxes were lower than we had expected. So this leads to a lump sum benefit in 2015 in the actuals. As well, going out, there's modest savings of about $20,000 a year in the budget. So both the actuals and the budget have been updated with this new information. And then figures are before you.
Thank you. A couple questions. Councillor Gallery-Seelock.
I'm sure you've probably already answered this question, but just I can't remember the answer. For 2016 and 2017, there's significantly more revenue coming in other. What is other, and what is causing that increase?
Through the chair, that was sent through confidential emails during the budget process this past year and the year prior.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And I just have to, I'm going to ask this question. Is there any chance that, or what would the bottom line look like if we were to transfer another $100,000 out of the parking enterprise to help offset the levy moving forward? Understanding that you have to do it across all years. So instead of the dividend transfer to the city being 1.75, it would be 1.85.
So the bottom line number on the stabilization reserve would be essentially zero. It's 595 now. It would effectively be zero. It is the math part of the question. There's other commentary about whether that's, you know, we've had struggles reaching the revenues in parking, so I would advise against it, but the simple math would be the stabilization reserve at the end of 2020 would essentially be zero if we were to hit everything.
Thanks. I couldn't find the number you were talking about, but now that you said
It's
2020,
yeah, sorry, down by the bottom right corner.
Okay.
And Mr. Chapman to add?
If you'll indulge me, I will make two comments. One, we're still projecting a loss for parking in a small revenue in 2016. We're projecting losses further out. So as you can see, you'd be paying a dividend in future years on a loss. The other point I would make is that those two confidential items, there's still considerable risk associated with those. They may not materialize, and if they did, that would change the bottom line dramatically. So I would suggest now is not the time for that increase.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Well, I'm totally in sync with what Councillor Galloway was asking. I didn't know what the substantial difference is. It's something you'll have to find out later on. And the other fact is that I would like to see the dividend transferred to the city increased by an amount. I had an amount in mind of $50,000, and I will be making a recommendation before we move on. I make it on the basis of the fact that things are turning around. Things were substantially better this year than we expected, and I'd like to share, you know, when companies do well, they share their things with their shareholders, and I would like to see us pass along $50,000 more to our other taxpayers. And looking at that, I went back over a number of years to see where our projections were, and you know, we had originally at one point had projected a negative position of a 1.4 million in at the end of 2016, and it now appears that it'll be substantially more than half of that. So I feel that we could increase this year's dividend by our 2016 dividend by $50,000. I'm not asking that you change it further on. Yes, I know you're going to say that might have a bit of a negative impact if we can't do the same thing next year, but I believe we can afford to do it this year. So when the time comes, I would like to make that recommendation.
Sorry, just clarification, Councillor Gazzola. Is your recommendation to an ongoing $50,000 transfer from the dividend, or is it a one-time?
It's a one-time increase, the dividend transfer to the city by $50,000.
Thank
for
you.
this year because we had such a good year last year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Yaneski?
Yeah, a question to Mr. Hagee, and I'm trying to understand. You indicated that their projection was as a result of impacts review. The taxes are lower, and we're talking $244,000.
Correct.
And I'm trying this. Then you said it's reflected in the chart on the next page. I'm trying to understand where that difference of 244 is between which figures.
So through the chair, it would be reflected in the property tax line.
Okay.
In projected 2015, what we expected to pay and what we did. Now, some of that relates to we've had the property and it's been online for a number of years, so we accrued taxes for previous years. So we have to pay back taxes on that property. The amount of the back taxes was less than we had anticipated. So that's the 244 is not just a one-year amount, it's multiple years.
So looking at your chart, what I understand is between the figure of 152 on the property tax line, 452, then to 638. That's the difference in there? Is that what you're...
So 638 and going out is the right number. We thought, you can see we had actually budgeted $645,000 in 2015.
Right.
We know now that our taxes are going to be lower than that, so we've corrected for it going on, and we have a one-time benefit of it from this year.
And Mr. Rubin, Tad?
Through the chair, some of that $244,000 is also from increased monthly revenue and hourly revenue over projection. So we've had a bit more better on the business side as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so subject to the modifications that you said, that paying back taxes, all that, you just sort of fine-tune that 452 figure.
So the 452 is a projected actual for this year. It's more the 638 that you see in 2016 and going across. That's what's been fine-tuned on an ongoing basis.
Right. But it's less than the 645 that you initially budgeted for.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez?
I don't know if this relates or connects. We did push out one of the future garages out further past our 10-year capital, did we not?
Through the chair, I believe it's still in year 9, so it's still very far out in the forecast. It's not contemplated anytime
But
soon.
that has no reflection on this.
That's it's not correlated at all to the tax discussion.
Okay, all right. And can I assume, not always good to assume, that we've actually had a bigger uptake at Charles and Benton, or which has always been my hope?
Mr. Eben, any insight into that?
Through the chair, I don't have the figures with me, but that was part of the program that we're working with the BIA to improve numbers at that garage, so I could follow up with an email to you if you'd like to know final numbers on that.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Thanks.
Through the chair, I have some additional notes that clarify a bit on the revenue side for this year. What it says, increased demand at City Hall Garage, some of the surface lots at Gaukel Street and adjacent to the library. So it's those three are the ones that I have in my notes.
Okay. Mayor Verbenovich?
Thank you. I just want to get a couple pieces of clarification on the enterprise, because I seem to recall when we were dealing with cycling and some of the TDM stuff earlier this year, I believe we were actually, that was originally destined to come out of the parking enterprise, but we weren't pulling it out of the parking enterprise because of the financial situation of the enterprise. And I'm wondering if staff can confirm that for me, because if that in fact is the case, I think to start transferring more money out would create some problems when the things that should be coming out of it aren't.
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, that's correct. We can't afford to pay those budgets from the parking enterprise given their current deficit. Last year, council agreed to fund 3 years, I believe, of parking or of cycling and TDM from the tax base. Because of this projection, we had to extend that by another year. So if you look at the transfers to capital fund line, you can see it's negligible in 2016, 2017, and 2018. We're hoping in 2019 that we can start to fund those programs from within this projection again.
And if we were to transfer money out this year, transfer an additional amount out, is it in fact just a one-time impact as Councillor Gazzola has suggested, or does it impact future years?
If it's a budgeted increase in the dividend on a one-year basis, eliminating it next year would have a corresponding negative impact on the tax levy. So it would be a $50,000 benefit this year to the tax levy. It would be a $50,000 add to budget next year to eliminate it.
Okay, so in effect, because we're, even no matter how you slice it, we're still going to end the year in a deficit, correct?
Accumulated deficit, yes, at least for the next 2 years.
Okay, so in effect, what it would be doing is saying, let me go borrow $50,000 off my MasterCard so I can go put that $50,000 into my savings account? Is that sort of a realistic comparison?
Our strong position, you know,
I was asking staff.
Yeah, our strong position has been there's no basis to increase a dividend when you have an accumulated loss. There's no money out of which to pay that increased dividend.
Okay, thank you. Based on that, if the motion is made, I won't be able to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Marsh?
Just a question about those property taxes that are projected that Mr. Hagee, you said was adjusted. So can you help us understand, are we increasing the number of properties that we're paying taxes on in 2016? I mean, why is it jumping from 452,000 to 638,000?
So through the chair, we're not increasing properties. If you look budget to budget is a better comparison. So we were at 645, we're budgeting 638, and it's gone down because now we have, we know the number for Civic District. Before we didn't. We were assuming something, but we were waiting for MPAC to tell us. The 452 is really an anomaly, and it's essentially, we paid all the taxes that we owe. We had assumed we were going to have to pay something for Civic District. We had to pay less than that, so we've accrued a benefit from that. And so we don't need the money that we had set aside to pay those taxes anymore. We're bringing it into income, essentially, and so it's an anomaly. The 452 is an anomaly in 2015. It's not the norm. The 638 going out to the right is the new norm.
All right, thanks.
Okay, I don't have anyone else in the queue. Councillor Gazzola, to bring forward your motion.
Yeah, I do have another question that I would like to ask.
Okay.
You stated that you've found this information out after this has been prepared. So going across, now what are the revised figure for property taxes?
For 2016, it's
Yes.
$638,000.
Well, I thought you said there was a reduction in property taxes. The 638 you had there before you found this additional funding that you talk about. So what are the new taxes?
So on page 069 of the operating package, we had 667,000 for 2016. What we were budgeting for property taxes. Now we know that that's too high, and so we've adjusted it down.
Okay. All right. My motion is that in view of what we've experienced. I was originally going to ask for an increase in this year's dividend by $50,000, and not ask for it in the future. And I will leave it at that. I would suggest that we can afford to do that, and it's not going to really upset the game plans. There's room going down the road as to where we can make other changes. And this whole question of cycling changes being funded out of parking, it really should be funded out of the total tax levy. I mean, we could do a lot of things if we wanted to start funding them out of the parking enterprise. So the fact that they were funded out of there originally was a notion to get going on providing funding for cycling. They are part of the total tax levy, and really have no bearing here. And I just want to make one minor comment before I move on. I'd ask you to support that. I do want to make a comment in that council over the years have really changed considerably. In the olden days, council used to have a debate on things. Staff presented their case, then council would sit and debate it. Nowadays, we have a dialogue going back and forth between council and staff, and then the decision is made at the end of that. I think we've moved totally in the wrong direction.
Okay, before we go around a second time, thanks, Mr. Hagee, for referencing the 069 page. So just doing the quick math then, and I realize that it's in deficit and transferring out is not recommended, but in the very least, there's a $29,000 difference. So if that amount were transferred out, I'm going to assume in perpetuity, would that mean then that the net difference would be that we're not making parking any worse off than we had anticipated that it was going to be going forward?
During the operating presentation?
Yes.
Essentially, yes, I believe that would be correct.
Okay. So at the $50,000 figure, we're actually making parking worse than we anticipated, but
than what was presented during operating.
Thank you. Councillor Yaneski? No? Okay, I don't have anyone else in the queue. The motion's been put forward. I'm not seeing anyone in terms of comments as well. I can't support the $50,000 transfer out because then again, I'm not going to make any of our enterprises worse off than they are. If there was a suggestion to lower that amount to say $25,000, I would be inclined to support. I don't pass amendments from the chair. So, about to take the vote here. Okay, recorded vote on everything, and the request is transferring $50,000 out. Those in favor? And opposed? That fails. Mayor Verbenovich?
Yes, I'd like to move the motion for the budget as presented.
Motion moved for budget as presented. Councillor Gazzola?
Can I move an amendment?
You can move an amendment of Mayor Verbenovich's motion.
Yeah, I move an amendment that what's been recommended be adjusted by a $25,000 increase dividend to the city in 2016.
Okay, so we'll take the amendment first, and that's a transfer out of $25,000 from parking for 2016. Voting's open. Those in favor? And opposed? And that carries. And the main motion then, recorded vote. And that carries unanimously. Okay. Before we move on to gas, we will take a 2-minute stretch break, okay? Okay, please continue, Mr. Haggie.
Sure. So the gas delivery budget remains unchanged from what was presented to Council, but the actual projection for 2015 has deteriorated substantially from then. Warm weather at the end of the year has caused decreased revenues from gas sales. This may not come as a surprise to most people. And costs have not followed suit. So while revenues have gone down, costs in gas delivery have not changed by the same proportion. And that's because a lot of the costs within the gas delivery section are not variable and don't change with sales volume. So there are things like staff compensation, contracted services for activities like meter reading, and repairs and maintenance. So just because we have warmer weather doesn't mean that the costs in that area go down. Oh, can I have... Thank you. Because of the warm weather, the ending balance of the stabilization reserve in 2015 has gone from about positive $1 million to negative $217,000. So that's about halfway down the slide in the projection 2015 column. If you look back to operating, we would have expected a positive value of about $1 million at the end of 2015. This situation underscores the reason why the city maintains stabilization reserves, namely to mitigate the budget and rate impacts of uncontrollable factors like weather. We'll continue on with gas supply and transportation. And again, the budgets remain unchanged, but the projections have been updated and have gotten slightly better from what was shown during operating budget. The warm weather at the end of the year has meant that the city has been selling less gas that was expensive to purchase, and this has improved the gross profit margins. The gas that we're purchasing now to replace the gas that we've been selling is cheaper than expected, so we don't anticipate a need to change the budget. And again, you can see the changes here in gas supply and transportation, that the areas are generally within their stabilization reserves, as they were when budget was presented during operating budget. I'll pause there, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I still don't understand how your cost of sales would increase. I really find that hard to understand. What is in the figure 14,766? What's the major component in that?
I'll turn to Mr. Malcolm as it's his area.
Before you even go there, how definite are these figures? Are these your final figures?
Through the chair, they're not our final figures. They're based on actuals up to the end of November.
So they don't even have December included?
That's correct.
Mr. Haggie on that?
So I just want to say for all of the projected actuals, they are as of the end of November, so they reflect that information plus what we were seeing in December. We don't actually close the books until mid-February. So across the board, the numbers are not final until mid-February.
Thank you. So, Mr. Malcolm, the question was, as I recall, was what's in the 14,766 in expenses in the overview?
Through the chair, the costs, as Mr. Haggie noted, are staff costs, contracted costs, main replacements, maintenance, tool replacements, main training sessions with staff. Delivery of gas is a fixed cost. It doesn't matter how much gas flows through the pipes. You still have to train your staff. You still have to maintain your equipment. You still have to fix the pipes that are required to be repaired.
Thank you.
When these previous statements were prepared, what was the actual date that they were related to?
I'm guessing August, Mr. Haggie?
Yeah, through the chair, it would be either July or August. I'm not positive.
Yeah. Under other programs, what are other programs?
Through the chair, other programs are the financing program, the water heater program, and the appliance servicing program.
And why are they being reduced going forward? Is something happening there that, and yet the expenses are continuing to increase? What is happening there? There's a $600,000 swing in that area.
Through the chair, the bulk of the revenue and the bulk of the expenses are attributed to the rental water heater program. The appliance servicing program, we're winding that program down with the elimination of the energy grants. The customers are not utilizing the option to look at home efficiencies. People are motivated by grants. They're not motivated by what's the best thing to do for reducing costs, because the costs are high to do some of the programs to reap the benefits. So some of the expenses on that side we still have to maintain until the program is wound down. The appliance servicing program, we haven't done as much appliance servicing as we have in the past. We have been looking at options and models that will get us to the point where what does it make sense for the City of Kitchener to be in the appliance servicing program. It's a high cost item, but it's low in revenue, so it's not it's more of considered as a loss leader in our industry. It's providing a service to our community, but it's not generating funds. The rental water heater program, there was a new bill that came into place that talked about door-to-door knockers. That program and the work that we had to do in regards to educating the consumer, making sure that when we go to a consumer's house who even requests from Kitchener Utilities to put a water heater into their house, we have to go through a painstaking process to ensure that they fully understand our program and fully understand what contract they're getting into. So that's attributed to our costs as well. The competitive nature of the rental water heater business is great. The Reliances and the Direct Energies, the Enercares of the world see Kitchener as a vast opportunity to have inroads into our program. So in regards to getting more customers on board, it's been a struggle. So our revenues have decreased in that area as well.
What is the, under capital reserve fund, what is this $2,392,000 in 2016? What is that all about?
Mr. Haggie?
Through the chair, instead of taking some capital costs from gas rates, they're being funded from the capital reserve fund in that year.
Why?
So we don't have to increase rates more.
So
there were capital closeouts which have funded that reserve fund,
so
and then they're
why don't you take out $4 million? Why do you stop at $2,392,000? Or why don't you take out $1 million? Well, how do you decide this? Because whatever that you do with that has a bearing on what pops out up above. I mean, who makes these decisions as to what that is? Okay, I'll move on. Under gas supply...
Sorry, Councillor Zoll, your time has expired. If you have many more questions, I'd ask you to queue back in. Thank you. Councillor Singh?
I'm okay, actually.
Good. Okay, great. Councillor Fernandez?
I just want to make sure that I understand that the rates that we... I think I'm maybe asking about supply, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I heard you say that delivery is the same all across, right? It costs the same to deliver it, whether the rates are higher or lower. Is that correct? Is that
Through the chair, the expenses stay the same regardless of what we sell.
Okay, so if the expenses stay the same, then I don't understand how weather can affect our expenses.
The weather doesn't impact our expenses on the delivery side. It has an impact on our supply and transportation because you're not selling as much gas. So if your question is in regards to the delivery side and the revenues of the delivery side, I need to know which program you're talking about.
Well, I'm talking about the gas delivery, because on the gas delivery page, final 29, you say warm weather in the last quarter of the year has resulted in decreased sales and lower profits. So that makes sense, but I thought you just said that our gas delivery expenses stay the same.
The expenses stay the same because they're fixed costs to run a delivery company. The revenues have decreased because our rates are a two-component rate. One is a fixed charge, one is a variable charge. The fixed component is a daily charge. The variable depends on the amount of gas that we sell. As the amount of gas we sell decreases, our revenue decreases because we're not charging that variable rate.
So, but do we not buy this gas that we sold in 2015 at a fixed rate a number of years ago? And is that why we have that difference now?
What you're referring to is the supply program, not the delivery program. The delivery program is basically for running the gas utility. So if we sell less gas, the variable component of our rate structure will go down.
Okay.
So then the revenues go down on delivery regardless of what gas you sell. It has nothing to do with the quantity of gas or the gas purchase itself. What I think you're referring to is the gas supply program, where we buy physical gas to deliver to our customers.
Okay. Then am I not understanding correctly when I thought that the delivery was not to have any, it's supposed to be a zero, it's flow in and flow out, right?
The supply and transportation is the flow in, flow out. Delivery is not. Delivery is where the city receives its dividend and we pay all our bills in regards to maintaining the distribution system.
Okay. I apologize for asking. I know you've been asked this 110 times, and I'm sorry, but there are often times when I do confuse the two of them. So the expenses are fixed, but our reserve, like we've gone in our stabilization reserve, we're projecting a negative balance. Right? Is that what I'm understanding? The opening balance actually from projection of and budget from 2015 was in the 7.7 million. Now we're at 14 million. That's a significant jump. Can you help us understand that, or help me understand that?
Mr. Haggie?
Through the chair, the $7.7 million reflect the revenue that is earned in 2015. It's not the opening balance. If you look to the bottom of that section, you'll see the ending balance for this year is negative $217,000. So we started the year with a positive balance. We're ending the year with a negative balance. And as I said in my overview, we actually, when we were talking about this during operating, we anticipated being $1 million to the good. We had very warm weather in November and December, and so that's negatively affected the results, and we're ending in a negative result in that reserve. And again, that underscores the need for a stabilization reserve to help mitigate between these swings that are completely outside of the city's control.
Okay, so then I guess my one question would be, how do we reduce expenses in this area? Can we reduce expenses, and if we can, how?
Very difficult to reduce expenses on the delivery side of the component. The smallest component of the delivery is your staff salaries. Everything else is fixed. You have to relocate your pipes to handle LRT projects, MTO projects. We have a new customer and relation billing system that's going in place. That has to be funded through the delivery. We have automation within our operational units that requires funding in order to become more efficient based on the staffing levels that we have. So it's very difficult to reduce expenses on the delivery side of the program if your plan is to maintain an active delivery program in the gas utility.
What percentage of that?
Councillor Fernandez, your time has expired. If you have many more questions.
All right.
Okay, we'll go. Okay, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'm really when you adjust your figures as you have now we really aren't that far off of where we budgeted. Although you're saying, yes, it's a $217,000. Well, if you look up at the top, we had budgeted for 7.9 million, and we're at 7.752. So, I mean, we're pretty close to where you had originally planned. So, there's no great intake or impact on the stabilization reserve. I just want to ask a couple of questions about the supply. In prior years, we were always looking at a 3-year thing, and you used to, for the last 4 years, would show them as a break-even proposition. And you're not doing that for both supply and transportation. Why is that? Why do we should we not be breaking even at the end of the 3-year period?
Through the chair, we're looking at what is the actual consumption taking place within the utility. The markets have decreased dramatically over the past couple of years. Looking at weather patterns that are taking place, last year is a perfect example. February was one of the coldest months on record. And at that time, if you looked at the gas utility, you would say, wow, we're making lots of money. However, given that the fact that weather has a major impact on our profits, if you look at December being the warmest month of December on history, and the lack of consumption of gas, you are correct in regards to the whole year as a whole. It's close to budget, but you don't know exactly what that year is going to hold out. And the projections that we're using for the gas supply is based on a market that's fluctuating constantly up and down. In December, we were seeing low gas rates for purchasing of supply. Now with January, with winter reappearing and our consumption going up 13% over budget, what you're seeing over time is that these prices are fluctuating and having a dramatic impact on our budgeting over the courses of the year.
On the transportation, the original figures showed 6.8 million as the revenues coming in. And now you're showing 6.5, and that's on top of the fact that we increased transportation prices by 33%. How accurate is that 6.5 million?
The previous year, our transportation rate was a lot lower than the transportation costs that we were incurring. So the rate increase brought us back from that negative position to a positive position. And with the gas supply, the rates of transportation fluctuate as well. They're not in conjunction with the gas supply, but they are dependent on what pipes are in the ground and what maintenance activities and what charges we're going to be facing in regards to bringing the gas to the province of Ontario.
But the question I asked is why are the revised figures lower than what we were originally given, even though we know there was a 33% increase in them?
Mr. Chapman?
I know, and the 33% is just for a period. It's not for the whole year, but still there is a difference.
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair. So the original projection would have taken the rate increase into account. If memory serves, our volumes in the last quarter were about 80% of plan. Transportation is entirely a volumetric rate, and so what you're seeing here is the implication of essentially us generating 80% of the rate that we had forecast earlier in the year.
So are the going forward figures budgeted correct, based on what you now know?
They're budgeted correct based on the current rate and historic average volumes. If we see sustained warm weather, there is risk in this projection.
Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Sorry. I just wanted to finish off my line of questioning in that, can you tell me what the percentage of the gas delivery budget expenses is staff costs?
Through the chair, I'd have to get that number for you. I don't have it on the top of my head.
Okay, I'd appreciate that in an email, please.
Thank you. And Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, thank you. On the supply and transportation, the portion of the transportation revenues, I'm trying to understand from the projection of 2015 to 2016, we go up about 2.3 million, and like that for the next 2 years. And then in 2018, we drop almost 3 million for the next 3 years. And that same thing applies to the expenses. I don't understand all of a sudden why it jumps up and then jumps down. Help me understand.
Through the chair, that's based on what we see in the marketplace. So we have taps into the market in regards to what are the costs of transportation over the course of the next 3 to 5 years. These numbers are based on what we're hearing today, and those numbers can change depending on what the activity is in the marketplace.
So you can project that far in advance, like 5 years, or is that how it works? I don't know. Or like on an annual basis, they do it for the next 5 years?
Every quarter, they take a look at what's transpired and look at the forward quarter to see what's happening. They also look at the next 5 years to see what is the potential. It's not a guarantee, but it's a good measure in regards to what's happening in the marketplace.
Mr. Chapman, Dad?
It is speculation based on the work of analysts, but Councillor Yaneski, if you look at the very bottom of that page, you can see what our assumption is around the transportation rate. So it was increased for 2016. We're projecting it will stay at that level in 2017, and then anticipating a reduction. But
Sorry,
that reduction,
which line are you on?
The very bottom lines of final dash 32.
The balance of the year, you mean? That line?
No, the gas rate January to October and gas rate November to December. So you can see that we have projections here around what the transportation will be, the rate will be in the future, based on current projections, although that will change based on events between now and the time that that's realized. But that explains why revenue is increasing and then decreasing because of that projection.
Okay. One last question. With what's happening in the oil industry in terms of the drop per barrel, has that got anything to do with the gas in terms of the relationship in any way?
Mr. Malcolm?
Through the chair, there is no relationship between the price of oil and the price of gas. It's all supply and demand. The oil pricing is a real disconnect. There was a connect back in 2008 before the financial crisis. It was an oddity to see that where gas and oil moved in step with one another, but in reality, they're both two separate items.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. Looking for someone to moved by Councillor Ioannidis, the gas budget as is. Recorded vote. Recorded vote on gas, the gas budget and title. Okay, voting's open. Those in favor? And opposed? One opposed. Okay, Mr. Haggie, on to water.
So the water budget's been updated to include a decrease in the cost of water supply. But even with the decrease, the utility still remains in a significant deficit at the end of until 2019. Council has asked for some information about water rate increases and potential to decrease the increase, and this is found on in issue paper BDO2 on page 53 and 54. As well, just talking about the 2015 projection, you'll note that it's slightly better than you would have seen during operating budget, and this is due to some increased consumption toward the end of the year. Again, these are the figures for the water utility, and I'll pause there, Mr. Chair.
Very good, thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, in your BDO2 on page 53, I didn't totally understand it. I'd like to just go back to a couple of things. That when the increased capital outlay for our utilities went back in 2002, we were looking at a 30-year program and it stated that we had 260 kilometers to catch up. Divided that by 30, worked out to, we wanted to do 8.7 kilometers per year. On that basis, can you tell me how much we've accomplished between 2002 and 2015?
Do you want to answer? Oh, I'll call Mr. Gross, as it's more in his domain.
Through the chair, the amount that we've accomplished is approximately 50% of what we anticipated in this in the first third of the program.
So you'd wanted to do how many kilometers over that? What was it? A 13-year period?
Well, if you estimate 270 kilometers over 30 years, that's about 90 kilometers in 10. So we've done about 50.
Okay, so it leaves 210 kilometers left to do.
Approximately.
And what is the cost of doing a kilometer of work?
It's $5,000 per meter, so $5 million per kilometer.
$5 million?
Yes.
I went back to some of your earlier figures. It was $2 million.
That's correct. That was back in 2002, and the prices went up. I have brought...
We're not using gold pipes, are we now?
Through the chair, I have brought slide number 36 from the presentation that was made in August. I'm willing to distribute that because I think that could answer some questions that may be coming.
Certainly. Can we get a copy up in the overhead as well, please?
20 copies here, and you could put one on overhead.
I'm glad you brought that. I struggled with that all weekend, couldn't figure it out. Is this using my time?
I paused it for you. Thank you.
I'll just wait until they're handed out, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Through the chair, this was slide 36 of the previous presentation in August, and what it is the final slide in a build-up of a series of slides. I know it looks complicated, but I'm going to try to just piece it together for you. The bottom green line starts back in 2003. And if you notice the note where it starts, it says cost assumption when the program was approved. So the bottom green line essentially reflects the funding that was made available over the period up to 2015, and the projection up to 2025 is based on the current 10-year capital forecast, and then beyond was just an extension of the increases that we had applied. The red line in the first part of the program from 03 to 15 indicates the actual costs that were experienced over the years between 2003 up to 2015. And at 2015, we're at approximately $5 million per kilometer, $5,000 a meter for the replacement. The purple underneath there represents the amount of work that has not been accomplished. So the purple shows you what we haven't done. That reflects the 50 kilometers, more or less, that we haven't done.
Going forward from 2015, you'll see, again, the bottom green line, which reflects the 10-year capital forecast up to 2025, and then beyond was simply an extension of the increases that we had. The dashed green line reflects the annual budget increase of 9% in the Accelerated Infrastructure Replacement Program, the AIRP. So that dashed green line reflects a 9% up to 2015 and then a 4% beyond that. The reddish purple, if you will, the very steep one, that reflects the 13% increase to the AIRP, and that is what is required in order to complete the program replacement that was anticipated over the 30-year period by the end of that 30-year period, by 2032. If you go up to the dashed red line, which kind of tags on at 2015, that is currently our $5 million per kilometer cost. And that dashed red line is simply a 2% extension of price increase. That is our guesstimate at this point. The purple above that, that is the amount that we need to spend in order to catch up by 2032 of what we didn't do in the first 12 years of the program. So again, the steep red line is the 13% increase, which will catch us up by 2032 to the program that we started, the 30-year program. The 9% increase with a 4% tail off after 2025 increases the amount we do, but we'll never catch up. I'm going to stop there for now.
That's fine. That's fine. You've gone. Can I just one simple question? The $5 million, does that cover the cost for both water and sewer?
The $5 million covers the cost of storm, sanitary, water, and the surface, the road.
And the roads?
Yes.
Okay, so that's fine. So if I were to ask, so we've got 210 kilometers to do, so we're looking at $1.05 billion from 20 to 2032. Right?
I can't do the math that quickly in my head.
It's simple. 210 kilometers at $5 million a kilometer. That's $1 billion.
Plus inflation.
Plus inflation.
Yeah, because the $5 million is the current number.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in the neighborhood of $1 billion and whatever. Do you know how much we have if we follow the pattern we're going on now? What will accumulate?
At this point?
Yeah. Well, what will accumulate towards that
I haven't
figure.
worked that one out.
Well, I just looked at it just for water, sewer, and stormwater. It's $1.5 billion. That doesn't take into account what we might be setting aside for roads. Okay, that's fine. Those are the only questions, and that helps me clarify. I'd like to make a recommendation if I could. Or?
You can, but actually, if you wouldn't mind tabling it so we can sort of get through the comments on it as well.
Yeah,
but you can come back and ask. You still have another 5 minutes to ask questions. No, sorry, Councillor Gazzola, you don't want to table the motion now? You don't want to, if you want to give us a heads up, just so I don't have to go through twice with comments? Okay.
Put this on the...
Certainly.
Well, the motion I'm bringing forward deals with all three: water, sewer, and stormwater. And in presenting this motion, it is for this year to go. I felt that council should have a choice, some kind of a choice. There are all kinds of options that you could really work with, but my recommendation is for 2016 is to go along with option 1 as set out in Mr. Taegi's report earlier this summer, and that comes up with a 7.2% increase in sewer, 4.2% in water, and 4.7% in stormwater. It's the middle column. Now, Mr. Taegi, while he was doing this, threw in another 2%. I don't know. I guess a question I had, I don't know how much that 2% amounts to. What is that in terms of dollars? But at any rate, I'm saying for this year, I feel we have substantial funds in our operating costs, which we've increased by 14% over what we had budgeted last year, and go with these figures, the 7.2, the 4.2, and the 4.7 for this year. It's much higher than the inflation rate. It's not at zero increase. It recognizes the fact, and the fact is clear and sound, that we need to put over $1 billion away in the next period of time. What are we looking at? 16 to 30 in the next 16 years. But it's an opportunity. I think we really need to look at what was our experience actually last year. How much did we suffer from broken drainage things, and have a good look at what happened last year. We also know that the senior governments are on the verge of providing additional funding, but at this point we don't know how they're going to provide it. So I'm really asking for a pretty minor difference for 1 year, and at the same time it gives our consumers a bit of a break on the many increased costs that they're going to have to face in the coming year. So I'm moving those 3 figures there. You can deal with them all at once. The the theory is the same for all of them. It's an option that was put forward by staff, and now also that option that I go forward with sets aside an increase of 9% for 2016 as opposed to the 13% that staff have used in their projections.
Thank you. Thank you. Going through the queue, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of my questions have been answered through Councillor Zola, but I'll try to reiterate or reaffirm some of them. Again, Hans might be able to help with them. So through the budget process, direction was given to staff to look at a potential reduction to the water utility by rates of 1% and option of 2%. And I think through the report in final -53, it outlines, and I want to confirm this again, that 1% is equivalent to around 5 kilometers of roadway that would not be able to be redone, or that sewer lines and for water lines and stormwater management, and then 2% would be equivalent to 10 kilometers over the 10-year period. Is that correct?
I believe those are the calculations that were done.
Okay, so really when we're looking at it, this is more of trying to balancing the needs of the community with obviously what needs to be done. And I think there's little argument that there is a necessary effort that needs to be maintained in in accelerating the improvements and retrofits to our current infrastructure. But if you're looking at a 10-year window, a 10-kilometer reduction, so instead of 250 kilometers, what the effort is to achieve, and if it's reduced by 10 kilometers, is it really that drastic?
Through the chair, if you look at it in isolation, probably not. If you look at it in terms of projection, yes. The reason I say that is because in approximately 2040, we're going to be hitting a brick wall in terms of the reconstruction of utilities that were installed in the 60s. There was a huge, huge growth period that Kitchener experienced in the 60s. And we will not have the funding available for that.
But the 250 kilometers that needs to be done, isn't that already taken into account for the infrastructure that you're saying comes to a certain age that needs to be redone? Have we not already accounted into that 250 kilometers?
No. That's approximately 1/3 of the city's length of roads, sewers, water mains.
Okay. But still, we can't look at all this in a vacuum. There are other determining factors, some that we're experiencing very suddenly right now with the cost of oil. We asked this question earlier in the other utility, but in this case, when dealing with infrastructure, oil does play a factor, especially with road reconstruction. Does it not?
Yes, it does.
So when we looked at this back in August, and even at that point, oil was in a strong pressure down, but at that point it was still uncertainty and still consideration in the marketplace that the pressure would rebound back up. The markets have continued to slide down, and there is clear indication that this may be the new reality of where oil prices will linger on for some time. And now we're looking at below $30 a barrel. And this is all relevant to what we're talking about. Do we factor this in more immediate when we talk about this year?
Through the chair, that is not factored in, and it's simply because in our opinion, it really doesn't reflect what is likely going to happen in the future. If you look at the graph that was up previously, you'll see in 2003 we assumed a certain cost of reconstruction at 2000.
I understand that, and I'm not trying to argue because I realize markets do change; they don't stay static, indefinite. But again, we have to look for the indicators in the marketplace and what experts are saying. They're saying that the realities are not just a year period, but a couple of years where the pressure in oil downward will carry on. And if we can reconstruct roadways for lesser cost, are we not able to do more with less because of that?
Through the chair, the answer is yes, and I would certainly want to expand our resurfacing program in order to do that. We are well behind in our resurfacing program, in our roads program. We should be doing 3 times what we're doing right now in order to catch up and in order to provide the level of service that the public is looking for.
I appreciate your honesty with the answer. You're saying that because with the oil down, we can essentially do more with the increase to the accelerated program, when my argument is we can probably do the same with the same. My time is up, so I'll see how the conversation goes. I can keep back in.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez.
Thanks. We've referred to 2020 as the time when we set aside this 30-year program. What happened that we went? Why did we go off the rail, so to speak? I mean, we only accomplished 30%. Why?
Through the chair, the program started in 2002, and the costs of reconstruction skyrocketed after that. The amount of money that was set aside from a budgetary point of view wasn't sufficient, and the increases weren't sufficient to keep up with the cost.
When did we realize that? Just last year?
No, all immediately. I mean, that was an ongoing factor from 2002. If you refer to the chart that I gave you, you simply compare the red line to the green line in the first 13 years.
So I guess I know this is in retrospect and it's hindsight, but why didn't we start addressing that right away? I mean, if we recognized it I mean, I wasn't sitting around the table at that time, but I would have thought that certainly by 2010 we should have been raising the red flag then. Correct?
Through the chair, I don't disagree.
Okay, so there was a little bit of misstep there. How many water main breaks have we experienced from November of 2014 to, November 2015, in this past year, compared to the previous year when we had quite a few more?
Through the chair, for 2015, we're looking at about 140 water main breaks.
And the historical average, I think, was the question, or previous years?
Well, in the previous year we had almost double that. Is that correct?
Not on water main breaks, no. Frozen water services, we went from 250 frozen water services in 2014 to 350 frozen water services in 2015.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
In 2014, there was 250 frozen water services. In 2015, we had 350 frozen water services.
Yeah, but that's taking into account January and February, which were the coldest months of we've ever seen in history, right?
It was the entire winter, January, February, and into March.
So maybe what we need to do is go from November of 2015 to now. If you just take that in isolation.
Water main breaks and frozen services you can't take in isolation because it is very weather dependent. So
no, I mean time period. The time period. How many water breaks have we had from November until now?
I'd have to get that number for you.
Can we have that before the end of the day?
Sure.
Okay, because I think that's going to have to affect how we look at this. I think that's all I have right now.
Okay, Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Gross. Mr. Gross, just to repeat that, I often see things in a very simplified way. What I'm hearing is that deficit over 12 years happened because it was not recognized or there was no action taken by staff and by council. Is that correct?
Through the chair, the simple answer is that the budgeted amount did not match the actual costs for whatever reason.
But nothing was done year to year to change that situation. Is that correct?
It appears that it was not.
And what we're seeing here today, do you see that as a replay of that reluctance to face this huge problem?
Through the chair, yes, especially in light of the large amount of infrastructure that's going to face us in the 2040s.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Ioannidis, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hans, one of the questions that we hear often from residents is why we didn't see this sooner, and I know you'd question from previous members that we didn't accurately gauge, I guess, construction costs. So if we were to further delay, in the whole accelerated infrastructure replacement program, which areas would suffer the most if we delayed it by 2% or 1%?
Through the chair,
the city. That's where I'm getting at.
The amount of work that we could do wouldn't be the amount that would be required to complete the program as originally anticipated. With the current economic climate, oil, certainly there can be more work done, and we do want to do more work, especially in the roads program. in the Accelerated Infrastructure Replacement Program, that is oil dependent, but it's not so much oil dependent as in the roads program.
Okay. I'm not too concerned about the cost of oil and all that stuff, because markets fluctuate. When we can't predict those uncertainties, as staff mentioned, and as anyone knows in the finance industry, you just can't predict those things. So what I'm looking at is, if we fail to do the 2%, which area of the city would suffer? You're saying the wall would be places that were built in the 60s? Like, that's where I'm trying to get at.
The intent of the 13% was to get us completed up to 2032. And that would take care of the large part that is fairly old, that is in need of replacement. In the 60s, that's when Kitchener grew significantly in the subdivisions in the outer areas. Those are the areas that are going to be coming up for this program in 2045 and thereon. Back in 2013, I presented a graph that showed the growth. I'm not going to bring it forward here, but it is very, very significant. And even with the expenditures that we're looking at now, 13%, we will not be able to overcome that hill. It'll have to be done in, perhaps technology can change. It's something that we're continuously looking into, how best to manage the infrastructure and where to spend the money best. At this point, this is our best knowledge.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Mayor Verbenovich?
Thank you. And I guess my first question has to do with the number of water breaks, because the second part of the question staff weren't allowed to answer. 2015, you said there was 140 in the calendar year. What was the number in 2014 in the calendar year?
Through the chair, in 2014 calendar year, there was 149 water main breaks.
Okay, so almost identical between the 2 years.
Yeah, 2015 was 143.
Okay.
And to get to Councillor Fernandez's question in regards to the number from November till now, it's 32.
That's from November 2015 to
today,
January 18th. Okay,
correct.
So that's a significant number, and I imagine it was probably comparable if we looked at November 2014 or November 2014 to January 18th, 2015.
For the past number of years, it's been pretty consistent.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And that's what I suspected. My next question has to do with respect to the rates of staff, because I know this was only sent out to council at 10 o'clock last night. Have staff had an opportunity to do any analysis of the numbers that are being proposed here? And I know it would probably be very difficult. I mean, I think the hope was that some of these ideas would have come forward earlier.
Mr. Haggie?
So, no, we haven't had a chance to kind of redo the model based on the figures that are here.
Can you, in broad generalities, for the sake of council and the viewing audience, say what you anticipate will happen in terms of the various budgets that we're talking about?
So there would be a decrease in capital expenses, there would be a decrease in operating expenses, and a decrease in revenues. If those are not equal, it would affect the bottom line. I would anticipate, without doing the analysis, I really don't want to guess as to where it would end. Right now we have a deficit within the water utility and the sanitary utility and the stormwater utility, and none of that was accounted for in any of these scenarios. So best case, we would still be in a negative situation in all of those utilities.
So, but it's essentially a decrease in capital means we'd get less done. Is that correct?
Correct. So there would be less capital replacement, which means we still have old pipes in the ground.
Is the decrease in operating expenses realistic? I mean, what makes us think that our overall operating expenses are going to go down?
The budget this year corrects for the operating expenses we've seen in the last 2 years with the number of water main breaks. So if there is not an increase, the 2% increase for operating expenses, we would anticipate having operating expenses that are higher than our budget, which would lead to a deficit within the utilities. So that our results would be worse. So essentially we'd have old infrastructure that's not being replaced, that's breaking more often, and we wouldn't have an operating budget that's sufficient to repair it.
Okay. And essentially we would be continuing on with some of the practices that have been suggested were not best practices of the past, which is simply not dealing with it, hoping there would be some sort of solution to be dealt with by future generations. Is that correct?
Correct. As Mr. Gross said, this would essentially be an echo of what we saw in the graph before. That the problem was identified, that sufficient action wasn't taken, and now there's a deficit that in infrastructure that needs to be addressed some way, somehow.
And finally, my last question is just with respect to this notion of oil prices and how that impacts the work that we do. I guess, where we're purchasing plastic pipe, that might come down in price. The biggest impact would probably be on asphalt, but asphalt generally doesn't impact these three budgets. I mean, the roads budget is outside of this, correct? Or I guess there's a piece of it that if you dig out a pipe, you have to replace the pavement on top of it, so that would be included, I think.
Through the chair, there are two pieces of the roads program. One is tied to the accelerated infrastructure replacement program. Essentially, where we replace the infrastructure, we redo the road.
Right. Okay.
The other is the roads program, where we do the replacement of either the topping, or we grind it out and replace, or we do a replacement of the gravel as well. So those are two separate areas.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just want to add one more comment. Another financial factor that could come into play is the fuel price is dropping, we also have a weak Canadian dollar. So we aren't seeing the benefit of low oil at our gas pumps, and to suggest that we would see the benefit on construction may be a bit misleading. So,
very good. And just before we continue as well, I'm looking for a head nod from Councillor Gazzola and make sure that everyone's aware of the same numbers. Councillor Gazzola is putting forward a motion that the bottom middle be approved. Is that correct? Okay, and this is Mr. Taggy's actual slide, correct? Okay, and you're ignoring the 2% rate increase required for sanitary water for maintenance. Sorry, you're not including it. Okay. Thank you, sir. I just want to clarify. I thought we were looking at the bottom middle. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Davey. Do the number of water main breaks affect the amount of kilometers of infrastructure that we can replace?
Through the chair, the water main breaks, basically a lot of them are based on age of the system, based on the method of installation at the time. The number of kilometers of main to replace will assist on the older mains that are failing because of the age. The ones that are failing because of installation practices or the material of the pipe, there's no sort of combined method to say that the number of water main breaks attributes to the number of kilometers that you're going to be replacing. That will help that number. It all depends on what the circumstances are at the time of the incident.
Okay, but in theory, replacement would cut down on the number of water main breaks.
Through the chair, yes. The cost to do a repair is like 40 to 50% more than actually replacing the water main at the time of a normal construction activity. So replacing the older mains in our system that will fail because of the age will reap benefits in regards to the reduction in water main breaks.
Would you say that a reduction now would just lead to greater increases down the road as we would have greater need for replacement?
Reductions in?
In funding now that would reduce the amount of replacement you can do.
Yes, the reduction in funding will reduce the number of replacements that we do, which will increase the number of breaks that we will incur in the future, which will increase the cost by more than 40% than actually doing the construction as opposed to repairing.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, just a quick point. An argument that we can't predict the markets. What we're doing here is essentially predicting of our operations and how they will occur in 2016. So yes, you have to be able to predict the markets. Otherwise, effectively, it's very difficult to budget anything. As for the other question I had was regarding the LRT construction. Hans, perhaps you can help. Is that not essentially a form of an accelerated infrastructure program where the roadways along that stretch, I believe it's 11 kilometers, which goes through our corridor, probably one of the more aged infrastructure, that is accelerating groundwork that would have had to have happened in later years, but now is taking place along the LRT. So essentially, they're not just digging up and installing the railway tracks. When they're digging up, they are doing retrofits to our sewer line, water main, and stormwater management facilities as well, correct?
Through the chair, yes and no. Yes, there is old infrastructure that is being replaced, and on the no side, there's also relatively new infrastructure that's being replaced. That's why we have a formula, an agreement with the region for that replacement, and they pay more if it's newer, we pay more if it's older.
Was all of it newer?
No.
Do you know by hand?
Through the chair, I don't have I don't have that answer, that breakdown at this time.
Okay,
we can certainly provide that.
Just what came to my mind was we looked at having some increased costs that we hadn't anticipated, but again, we were given the rationale. This is works that we would have had to do regardless. And so that's why I was thinking this is accelerated works that we're having to do. The other was, of course, regarding the dollar. And yes, I do agree with the lower oil prices, and depressed valuation on the dollar does have a factor on goods and services that are having to be purchased through the states. But in infrastructure, much of that can be bought in-house. Am I wrong in that thinking? Of course, in any project, they would probably have some relation to things that need to be bought across the border, but on a percentage basis, or just overall, much of the services and the goods that are required for infrastructure, is it that impacted by our dollar value?
Through the chair, there's a fair bit of infrastructure purchased through the states, primarily piping, various things like that, manholes.
Do we produce that here in Canada as well?
Some are produced here, yes.
Okay, and when we go through a purchasing bylaw, of course, those companies would bid accordingly, and those bids would be higher in companies that would have to purchase out of states in relation to companies that would be perhaps purchasing Canadian-made products.
You would think that the lowest price would come from Canada at this time.
Okay, all right, thank you. So again, that balances that argument a little bit as well. Mr. Chair, I see that Councillor Gazzola does have something in mind in a recommendation. I agree, those are some numbers, it's in the direction that I would prefer going as well, but I would like to stay consistent to the direction we had given to staff early on in predicting what a 1% or 2% difference would make. And seeing how that motion goes with Councillor Gazzola's, I will come back with something different afterwards.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez? Oh, pardon me. Yes, sorry, I lost track for 1 second. Councillor, can you queue back in? I should go through everyone who hasn't spoken yet first before queuing back in. I did miss Councillor Singh, but that's bonus. Councillor Galloway-Seelock has not spoken.
Yeah, I just have, I think, just two questions. The first question would be,
Through the chair, I'm not going to presume a reason other than to say that the budgeting that was provided essentially makes the statement.
Okay, so over the course of the last number of years, and maybe it's not you to answer, Hans, does anybody have any recollection of staff recommendations and how many times council has decreased the rate that staff has recommended?
Mr. Haggie?
This is my 6th budget with the city, and I can recall for sure in 2 of those 6 years, and I believe 3 of the 6 years, that there was a staff recommendation for rates, and the rate that council approved was lower than the staff recommendation.
Okay. And with the new numbers that are being suggested here with regards to Councillor Gazola's motion, I ran a couple numbers, as I'm anticipating staff probably have, because I like to bring it down to a number or an understanding that I can appreciate for not only myself but for residents. If we look at the overall impact of the homeowners, the rate in which Councillor Gazola is recommending, there would be a savings of approximately $33 a year for the average homeowner or ratepayer. Would that be fairly accurate? Yep. 7.2 and 4.7.
4.7, yeah.
I was close. Okay, so I was close, so I wasn't that far off. I just think that's important to kind of keep in perspective with the long-term planning for the city and what that really means to an average homeowner. $35 in order to improve our infrastructure, I think, is a price most residents are going to be willing to pay. And I think I'm making comments, so I'll keep them to myself after. I think some of this doing is not staff's, and I think it's being shown that it's been staff's fault, but in the long run, I think we've been given this picture for a number of years consecutively, and we've chosen to soften it, and I think at this time, at some point in time, we have to put our foot down and actually start paying in order to improve our infrastructure moving forward. Because if we don't do it today, we're going to be here the exact same picture next year and the year after, and it's not going to be the increases that we're looking at now. They're going to be more significant at that time. So I think we need to move forward with the budget and the staff recommendations that have been presented to us.
Thank you. Councillor Marsh?
Thank you. So I just I want to recognize the fact that the plan, when we plan to replace infrastructure on a road, we need to. My understanding is that we need to design that, plan it, and it takes years ahead of the game before we actually take shovels to the ground. So my question is, are we prepared to actually replace all of the road that we could potentially replace if we approved the recommended budget for 2016?
Through the chair, the current program, the current ARP program, has been designed based on the current budget that's in front of you.
So how many kilometers of road are we planning to replace in 2016?
22, about 5. Approximately 4, 5, 6, approximately 5.5.
Kilometers. 5.5 kilometers? Okay. So when we looked at the budget issue paper on final 53, we learned that if we reduced we learned, sorry, I'm just reading it out, that if a 1% reduction to the water rate increase would mean the city would be able to reconstruct 5.3 kilometers less roadway over the 10-year capital budget and forecast. So can you help me understand that? Does that just mean, that's a 10-year capital forecast, but how many less kilometers or meters could we reconstruct in 2016 if we reduce the rate for 2016 by 1%?
Based on the memo, that's approximately 0.5 kilometer.
Yeah, okay. So it's just it's divided by 10. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hans, I guess my other question is, now that if we move forward with all this, how are you going to keep an eye on this so that we know that we're sort of within the accelerated program, that we're following the targets that we need to achieve? Is this part of our asset program that will be looking after this, or is this from engineering that will be looking at this?
The asset planning group, which is currently located in asset management, is the group that puts together the accelerated infrastructure program. And that program has been developed for the 10-year capital forecast. And we renew that every year based on information that we have on asset condition. Every year we do CCTV, we do various testing on the infrastructure to make sure that the infrastructure that's being replaced is that which requires it the most. I think I sent to council some time ago the basis for the accelerated infrastructure replacement program. It was a fairly lengthy document, somewhat technical in nature, and I do apologize for that, but there's no easy way to explain that. And every year, the planning staff, the asset planning staff, go through evaluations, recalibrate the program, and bring forward those projects that are most required.
Okay. So in other words...
And that fit within the budget that's available.
Okay, so in other words, to me, it's emphasizing that the importance of the asset program that we have, management program, is very important for us to keep in track of this, because I know in the past it's been considered job creation or something like that around here. So I just want to magnify the quality of the work that needs to be just for us to remain on target is important related to that target management program.
I can personally vouch for the quality of the program that develops the scenarios.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah, I just want to go back to the final 53, and Councillor Marsh just read out that line, and now, because originally Councillor Ioannidis said something that it would mean that we would be doing less than 5 kilometers over the year. But when I read this and what Councillor Marsh was was revealing is that it actually would be over 1 year, we would be doing 0.53 kilometers, because it's a 10-year forecast, right? So if we reduce it by 1%, we would actually not do half a kilometer of water main pipe this year. Is that correct?
One half of a kilometer.
Right.
Yes.
Exactly. Okay. So, I mean, if you want to put it in, describing it and explaining it to a resident, by reducing 1%, it's not 5 kilometers that won't get done. It's half a kilometer that won't get done in 2016. And I think most of us can walk a half a kilometer in 10 minutes. I just want to put it relative to how people will understand it. Have there been capital projects on our capital project list that we have considered postponing by a couple of years that don't involve water mains and sanitary and sewer? Have we looked at those? Have we looked at any projects that we could say, okay, we can postpone those for a few years because they don't involve all three of these components?
Through the chair, the ARRP program is only for those projects that involve the replacement of all three utilities. If all three utilities do not require replacement, we look at alternatives. As an example, and I bring forward the example that just recently was provided to Councillor Dunecki. There's a street in his ward where the water main is breaking significantly. The storm and the sanitary are in reasonable condition. The road does need to be resurfaced. That street, that road, is not within the 10-year capital forecast for the AIRP simply because all of the infrastructure is not required to be replaced. What will happen is within a certain period of time, based on priority, the water main may be replaced, relined, looked at to provide a longer period of life so that it is extended to at least the period when the other infrastructure requires replacement. In terms of the road itself, a road typically needs to be redone every 30 years, and that's part of our road program.
Okay. When I look at the summary of the existing balances that we were sent in response to the question I had asked, as of November 30th, we're still sitting at $4 million existing balances. When would we see all of this be used up? By what point in 2016 should we be closing out all of the projects that are listed on this sheet? Have you seen the sheet?
Through the chair, I believe you're referring to the water utility?
Yes.
I don't have the information on the water utility. Perhaps Wally can answer that one.
Typically when the construction closes and we get final costs for all the works, that's when we look at our capital balances and look at closing them out. So we have a number of projects through either regional works, LRT works, MTO works, that, as well as our own city works. Once we receive the final cost, then we look at closing them out. So probably looking at first quarter of this year that we would have the bulk of the costs in.
So probably not till April.
Correct.
Okay. Would we have enough staff to monitor, to be able to do all of the projects that you've listed that you want to do under the, oh, that would be Hans's probably, sorry. Do we have enough staff, or would we be having to contract out all of this work to consultants?
Through the chair, at this point, our balance between in-house and out-of-house work is still valid. In 2016, we will be reviewing, depending, of course, on the outcome of the budget process, we'll be reviewing the staffing requirements as they go forward.
So you didn't give me a percentage. You said it was still valid. So what's the percentage we would be
approximately 60-40 right now is the ratio. 40% in-house, 60% through consultants, and that's for the AIRP program.
That's AIRP only.
Yes, only.
Okay. Councillor Fernandez, your time's expired.
Yep. Saw it.
Okay. Councillor Etherington.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I have comments, not questions.
Okay, if you could hold those, I'd appreciate it.
Yep,
You can queue back in. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Davey. If we happen to receive funding for infrastructure from other government levels, would this reduce the amount that our taxpayers have to put in to this program?
Through the chair, it could if it was a sustainable amount, year after year after year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have one question. I think I've followed it fairly closely, but in terms of the infrastructure funding, has there been any indication whatsoever that any of it would be applied to water and sewer from the federal government? Is anyone aware of that? Mr. Chapman?
Through Mr. Chair, not that I've seen. The only language that we've picked up on is language around projects that will result in temporary employment and permanent employment post-project. Clearly, water and sewer projects would not relate to permanent employment thereafter.
Okay. I have Councillor Fernandez. I'm assuming your comment then. Your time's expired. Your time's expired for questions.
Mr. Malcolm was only able to answer part of the question on
Okay.
water main breaks.
Sure. Final question, please.
Okay. Mr. Malcolm, you said that there were 32 water main breaks from November 2015 to January 2016, but you didn't give us the number from November 14 to January 2015. You just said it was similar, but you didn't give us a number.
Could you repeat the date?
The number of water main breaks from November 2014 to January 2015. You said it was similar, but you didn't give us a number.
November 2014 was 10. November 2015 was 11. December 2014 was 8. December 2015 was 8.
January?
January of 2014 was 35. And in January 2015 was 25.
Okay, so there is a bit of a difference between, there's at least 10 difference between the those 3 months period. Thanks.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Malcolm, Mr. Gross. Comments, and we will be taking the motion from Councillor Gazzola first. Comments, Councillor Singh.
Actually, I just was going to say
Sorry, just before we begin, the way we're going to do this, we're going to vote on each separately, so we're starting with water only. So Councillor Gazzola's motion would be for the water rate to be 4.2% increase.
That's fine. I will support it. I'm not sure how it's going to go, but I will have a contrary motion if it fails, and I think I'll just keep my comments to that motion rather than making two comments.
Okay. Councillor Etherington?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. To me, we have a situation here where in past years, we have a situation where current councillors, the people sitting around this table, who in past years played absolutely no part in an appalling history of lack of maintenance to our infrastructure, have now been forced to come to terms with this and accept responsibility for that past record of record of negligence. And I resent that fact very, very much. I don't intend to continue that negligence, even if it proves unpopular with some voters. We have to bite the bullet. We have to accept responsibility for that absence of action and decline of maintenance to absolutely vital infrastructure. In order to get elected, I don't want to have our children, grandchildren stuck with a massive maintenance debt in future years as our infrastructure collapses. Now, for that reason, I oppose any of these suggestions that we reduce the recommended water, sewage, stormwater increases, and would urge councillors to have the courage to stop ignoring these increasing maintenance bills. You would not do it with your own house. I don't know why you would do it with the city. Even though this certainly will not be politically palatable with some people, some voters, it's a painful necessity that involves increases that have been ignored by previous councils. Now, I didn't want to say this, but I couldn't resist it after reading the record today. In my opinion, Councillor Gazzola was among those in past years who was one of the people who ignored that financial mess and now wants us to continue this approach to infrastructure collapse. I'm not going to support that kind of pandering to the media and to the public. And one final thing, let's not be influenced by the possibility, and I stress possibility, that we're going to be bailed out somehow by a federal government attempting to keep many expensive and deficit-creating election promises. I would urge councillors to support the staff recommendations, and that's what I intend to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Point of clarification, Councillor Singh.
My apologies. Did you say that we're taking one vote or separately?
We're voting on, first we're going to vote on water, and then we're
okay.
going to vote on, however it's in the order. I think stormwater second, I think sanitary second, then stormwater.
Okay, just as clarification, I support where Councillor Gazzola is going with the stormwater management rates, but I can't say that I would support the water and sanitation as he's outlined. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Because I think when I said seeing which way it would go with Councillor Gazzola's motion, it was more of a broad support. When that's not the case, it was more for stormwater management.
Thank you. Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, thank you. We were at a crossroads of trying to balance basically spending money and trying to meet the interests of a number of residents who have expressed concerns in terms of the high rates that are anticipated. I do agree that infrastructure has to be addressed. I know the accelerator program is the wish list of staff to reach the ultimate and make it as perfect as possible. I can appreciate that. But I also have to take into consideration the concerns of residents who have expressed some concern. I haven't had any residents said, go ahead and spend all the money at the highest rate recommended. I haven't had one say that. I've had others who say, cut back as best as you can. I'm prepared to support the recommendation of Councillor Gazzola. And I do anticipate quite strongly that with the new elected federal government and their particular position of trying to keep the economy going, and strongly had indicated that they will, in their next budget, address the infrastructure and get the economy across Canada going. I anticipate funding to all municipalities, of course Kitchener being one of them, and that will be an asset to us, and it will help in terms of addressing one would consider maybe the shortfall, but I would also see it balance out through the end with the federal government coming through in their next budget.
Councillor Gazzola, you want to speak last? Or okay, Mayor Verbenovich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I unfortunately won't be able to support Councillor Gazzola's motion in all three of these areas. I think when it comes to making decisions around this horseshoe, decisions like this are difficult. There's no question about that. But I believe that leadership and holding elected office is not about just making the right decisions for today. It's also about making the right decisions for the future. I know there are those, including right around this horseshoe, that feel that leaving the burden for future generations, for their children or grandchildren, is something that they can worry about. I'm not prepared to simply continue gambling the future of future generations by continuing to make bad decisions going forward. I think we can all agree that in retrospect, based on the information we have today, we would have done things, we perhaps should have done some things differently. But the very people suggesting that we decrease rates today are the same people who have had us decrease rates to the point of actually subsidizing the regional rate increases in the past. And so I'm not prepared to continue. We will be amongst the lowest in Ontario, and we're going to have an overall household decreased cost in terms of the things that the City of Kitchener can influence. And that in itself speaks volumes to me. The extra $32 that we're talking about amounts to less than 10 cents a day per household. Why water versus taxes? Well, I'm talking about water versus taxes as the place where we should deal with it, because water is a place where people also have some control over their consumption patterns. If you look at our water usage in this country, it's more than double of many European countries, and our rates are significantly lower. There's a correlation there. I looked at places such as, you know, in Canada, per household in 2013, we used 1,170 cubic meters. The OECD average was around 850. Netherlands was around 620. France was around 530. I think that speaks to all of us. And finally, in terms of this notion that maybe there's going to be a panacea solution coming from the federal government, the reality is, yes, there will be infrastructure dollars. Do we know how much? Do we know where they're going to be allocated? We don't. We know that there's been some suggestions that it'll be to areas associated with sustainability. There's been other suggestions it'll be focused on, and I'm getting all this from media reports, from housing to transit to energy efficiency. So I don't think we can presuppose today where those monies are going to go. Could that impact future years of increases if we get dollars that we can put towards sewer and water? And stormwater, absolutely. But I think today we need to make our decisions based on what we know. And when we do all that and we consider the fact that as a city, we need to do this so that we're not, quite frankly, bankrupting those utilities into the future, then we're going to support this decision, as difficult as it is, and correct some of the errors that were made in the past and move forward. Because that's what the prudent decision is, and that's what leadership is all about.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez?
Thank you. So it was clear when we got the numbers that there was at least 11 water main breaks less in those short period of months. That could be due to many, many different reasons. Weather, for sure. In conversations I had with Mr. Tiegi, he suggested quite often that the inspections weren't up to par, that the work wasn't up to par, and those were things that he wanted to correct. So we could attribute some of those water main breaks to that. What percentage? I don't know. I'm not an engineer. You know, when option one was put forward by staff, why didn't we look at option one a little bit more in depth? Option two makes a huge jump. Sometimes we can take a little bit of a middle road, and I think that the option one is a bit of a middle road. We are increasing our water rates, our sanitary rates, and our stormwater rates here. We are trying to be prepared and be proactive. We may not get half a kilometre done this year, but we will definitely be getting more done than we had in the past. Water is an essential for the quality of life, and yes, as Canadians, we have been wasteful. The mayor brought up the Netherlands. I'm proud to say I'm Dutch, and that they have been very good in preserving and conserving water. We need to do that more, and maybe increasing the rates will help people conserve more, but it is also critical that our residents are seeing rising costs in their groceries and lower Canadian dollars, which will affect people who are being paid in manufacturing and industry that is affected by the dollar. I think that this is an option that, again, was put by our staff who acknowledged that it was one step forward. I'm not saying we should take any more steps backward. We should continue to move forward. But if we do it incrementally, I think our residents will thank us. Sure, it seems like it's only $33, but that's on an average household. What does that mean? What is an average household? Is that 4 people? Is that 3 people? Is it with seniors? Is it with babies? You know, it's a huge, broad spectrum of residents that use water. Let's hope that if we were to take option 1, that it will encourage our residents to be more conservation-minded while starting to increase the budget that we need to fix the infrastructure that is starting to fail.
Sorry, Councillor Fernandez, before you queue out, I just want to be clear, you didn't actually mention whether you're supporting the motion before us or not, but I want to be 100% clear that option 1 at the top of the page was never staff's recommendation at all. It was option 1 at the bottom of the page. Just to clarify, so I wasn't sure if you're aware of that point.
No, I was aware that Mr. Tiegi brought both options forward.
No, only at the bottom of the page he brought both options forward, option 1, option 2. Councillor Gazzola has said do not include the 2% rate increase in the middle at the top. That was never staff's recommendation, just to be 100% clear.
You mean it was never Mr. Tiegi's recommendation?
It was never Mr. Tiegi's recommendation.
But we were looking at the recommendation from staff that has presently made the recommendation.
Yeah, staff has made the recommendation of option number 2 at the bottom of the page. And actually, that was Mr. Taggy's recommendation as well, to be clear. His recommendation was option number 2.
Do we have...
He did have this option number 1 included in his report, but it wasn't his recommendation. And his recommendation was, again, the bottom middle, 9.2, 6.2, 6.7. I just want to be clear on that point. Right, yes, it says, Mr. Taggy's recommendation, it says right there under option number 2, recommended. So I just want to make sure everyone's 100% clear on this. Staff, Mr. Taggy, no one from the City of Kitchener ever recommended the top half of this chart, anything there. They include the 2% sanitary.
I think it's semantics.
Okay. It's definitely not semantics. It's 2%. Mayor Verbenovich.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification, because there was this reference to the fact that there were 10 less water breaks. And the reality is, we can look at any individual month, but when we compare 2014 to 2015, the reality was there was actually 6 overall, but generally they were in the same numbers. 149 to 143 is what staff said, and so I just want to reiterate that.
Thank you. So just continuing, Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Davey. As I hear the comments and the information, I'm reminded of the old television commercial from Fram oil filters, where the character in the commercial said, "You can either pay me now or pay me later." Getting regular oil changes can save you wear and tear on your engine. And if we had done smaller incremental increases throughout the years, we wouldn't be in this position we are today. 3 out of the 6 past budgets, the staff levels of funding have been reduced. That did give our residents a break, but that is caught up with us now, and it is time that we set things on the right track again.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I think most of the comments I wanted to say, I won't be supporting the reduction. I think when you look at staff's responsibility is to try to bring us options of, one that's less of a hardship, or one that's, is greater of a hardship. And we as council have to make the tough decisions. And how I like to relate it to is, if we reduce this, it's like if we're looking at this as a fire, and if we're reducing it, it's like we're dealing this with a garden hose and trying to put out the fire with a garden hose. So where I would prefer to deal with the proper hose and a firefighter hose.
Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. Considering the fact that we do have an overall reduction in utility costs to the consumer for 2016, I am prepared not to support the motion on the table, but to support staff's recommendation this year. However, I will say that in considering this budget, looking at 10-year projections of increases that are quite high each year, I don't foresee myself being able to support those projections being completely passed on to the consumer each year. I think that the cost of living increases at a much more rapid pace than wages do, and I feel that philosophically we should not be burdening residents with the full brunt of replacement costs. And I do, maybe it's pie in the sky, but I do think that provincial and federal governments need to kick in to help with the cost of replacing aging infrastructure. I can appreciate staff's recommendation that it needs to be a sustainable annual source of funding, and so I think that our municipality and our whole region needs to be advocating with our AMO and FCM representatives, with our provincial and federal representatives, so that we can look to see those dollars coming to support our city. I also think that in considering this budget, I had more questions than I had answers. I wanted to know, and for next year, I would like to see more information about, for example, the percent of residents living below the low-income cutoff within our city. I'd like to know, when I think about people on a fixed income, people who are living really hand-to-mouth, I'd like to know what is this burden for them. And, $35 this year doesn't seem like very much to most people, but it certainly counts when you're living on a Ontario Works. So I'd like us to really understand how many people are those affecting. And we know there are programs that will help alleviate the cost of utilities for people living on the lowest incomes in our community. But I'd like to know, how effective are those programs? I'd like to know to what degree are they actually being utilized in our community, and is there anything our city can do to help as well? So that's my 2 cents worth.
Okay, there's no one else in the queue but Councillor Gazzola, so everyone's made their comments, I presume. Okay, I'll make mine before going back to Councillor Gazzola. I won't be supporting the motion that's before us. In a lot of ways, this feels like Groundhog Day, and I think we're going to be dealing with the same issue into the future. In terms of the federal government swooping in and saving the day, maybe we could look at that if we weren't facing a similar increase for the next number of years. I'm keeping my fingers crossed, too, that money will come from the federal government to help us with this problem. But if and when that does come, that will just help us with the increases we're facing in the future. But until such time as I'm certain that dollars are coming through, I have to do the responsible thing. There's a lot of blame here. I mean, you can pass blame around all day about how we got to the situation that we're in. The projections were off from staff. They can take a little bit of the responsibility for that. Council takes a huge responsibility in the past for not addressing the increasing costs. And to be frank, there's a little bit of unfortunate, I don't know what you want to call it, projections in terms of how long these pipes would last. I think I recall a stat saying we expected a lot of these pipes to last around 80 years, and some are breaking down as early as 40 and 50, which is exacerbating the problem. I actually had the water main break stats with me, but I've I forgot to bring them in, but the water main breaks are exceeding at a tremendous rate. They're growing. I don't want to quote any numbers because I might be wrong, but I do recall looking at it recently, and the number of water main breaks we're facing each year are increasing dramatically, and it's just taking away from the number of kilometers that we can replace. I don't think anyone around this horseshoe no one went door to door the election saying, this is an issue we want to face. This isn't anything that anyone wants to do. The ward I represent scales to the senior demographic. I know there's a lot of people on fixed income, and I've heard from them. But this is a decision about being responsible. The question is, at the end of the day, what kind of politician do you want to be? Do you want to be the kind of politician that makes promises that don't add up, promises that you either you can't keep, or a promise in this instance where, I'm going to give the taxpayers a break, so to speak, and maybe, just maybe, the system won't break until after I'm out of office. That's really the kind of politics we're talking about right here. So you have two choices. You can make an artificial promise to them now, or you can look them in the eye and say, the water system is among the most critical systems that the City of Kitchener deals with. It costs this amount of money to make sure it doesn't fall apart, so we need to fund it. So I will not support the motion before us, and I will support staff's recommendation. To close, Councillor Gazzola.
I've sat around this table for many years. I never heard the rhetoric that I'm hearing this morning. I am literally being called irresponsible, negligent, ignoring what's the realities. It's amazing, the comments. I want to start off by saying I've never once blamed staff. Staff does their job, and then it comes over to this side of the horseshoe, and council makes the decisions. Unfortunately, the last dozen or so years, I'm seeing more and more decisions being made on the other side and being quickly passed by councils. Now, this whole attitude of who's to blame, there's always somebody to blame. There's always somebody to blame. Yes, I've been around for a long time. I've been around longer than anybody else. So I have the greatest blame. Fine, let's put that up there. I look back at the increases, and I sent that out if any of you did read my emails. Over the last 10 years, water rates have increased by 81%, sewer rates by 112%. Over a 15-year period, water rates have increased by 138% and sewer rates by 256%. So I don't think people were sitting here being irresponsible, negligent, and all of those other factors. I totally acknowledge the problems we have going forward. I'm not saying that forget it. I am saying that for this year, let's go part of the way. Let's give our customers a little bit of a break until we know all of the facts. And when I say all of the facts, I would really like to know a little more history on these main breaks. Now, we see a number of figures spit out there. Fine. Does each main break cost the same? What is the real impact? When we asked the question that there was 260 kilometers to start with, we've done 50, leaves 210 kilometers left to do. If you divide that by 16 years left, that works out to 13.1 kilometers per year. We asked staff, and staff said, well, we're going to do 5.5 kilometers a year. Okay, at one time the cost was $2 million, now it's $5 million. I'd like to know exactly, the last couple of years, exactly what has it cost to carry out with this infrastructure program. What have we paid? Have we paid $2 million? Have we paid $5 million? For that reason, I'm saying, look, for this year, yes, give the customers a $35 break. That's only 10 cents a day, the mayor says. In politics, you can run these things right down. You can run them down to the half a day. It's a nickel half a day. It's a bottle of water. Yeah, it's a lot of little things. But people are struggling out there. I'm not saying go down to the inflation rate. I'm not saying remove it totally. I'm not saying for the next 16 years, forget what staff said and let's do this. I'm saying that until all the ducks are in a row and we see what's actually happening and take a second look at what's actually happened to ourselves, let's give the people a little bit of a break for this year. Is that too much to ask? They're not getting a free ride. And let's not fool people by saying our utility costs are going down because of the gas decrease. Like, the difference in the gas decrease is that we've been overpaying for the last half dozen, 10 years, and now the supply cost has gone down. Has nothing to do. Our delivery costs have increased. Our transportation costs have increased. It's that our supply costs have finally gone down in the marketplace where the rest of the market is. So I'm asking you, and I'm asking you for a little bit of leeway here. And I'm just, what more can I do? I urge you to vote in favor of a minor adjustment.
Thank you. We'll now take a recorded vote on the water rate as put forward by Councillor Gazzola at 4.2%. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion fails. Looking for another motion, I have Councillor Singh in the queue.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and that's why I held off on my comments because, fortunately, I couldn't see myself supporting the 4.2% increase to water, and I agree with many of the comments that Councillor Gazzola you made. The only reason I couldn't see myself supporting it is because it is to inflation, because Regional Waterloo's rate increase, our supply, what we purchase it at, it being increased by 2.9% or 2.99, and then if you look at the 4.2, that falls in just in line of what inflationary increase rate would be with the Regional Waterloo rate. So what I have in mind, Mr. Chair, is a 1.7% reduction to water. So that would bring water increase to 5.9%. And with that rate increase, some of the comments that have been made, and I respect all the comments because, again, we have differences in opinion, but I'd like to put my argument on the table. I don't think we're gambling the future away. Because with this rate, with a 2.9% rate that Regional Waterloo is increasing, still allows for a significant increase to the water rate beyond what the cost of purchasing a water would be. That's an additional still increase of about 3%. That's almost double, more than double, the rate of current inflation. That allows us to meet well above our minimum standard of improving our infrastructure and continuing to maintain and emphasizing on the accelerated infrastructure program. I think what it comes down to is being balanced. If you look at our neighboring municipalities, this rate would bring us more closer in line to what they're doing. I don't think they're being irresponsible to their citizens with their rate increases. I think they're balancing the needs of their community as well. The current climate, and we talked about this with oil, with dollar, there is absolutely, without a doubt, quite a bit of uncertainty in our economy right now. We don't know which way we're going. And that's hurting our taxpayers. That's hurting our residents, our ratepayers. They're uncertain about their future. So right now, investing beyond what the means is, we have to sometimes take a step back. With a 5.9% water increase rate, so let's break through the fog here. Unfortunately, we didn't have the exact impact with a 4.2% rate increase that Councillor Gazzola had put forward, but we certainly know that the 1.7% reduction falls in between the 1% and the 2% reduction that was asked of staff what the impact would be. What that means is 1.7% reduction to water based on the staff recommendation would mean that we would be unable to do about 8 kilometers of the accelerated program out of the 250 kilometers that we'll be able to meet over the next 10 years. It is impactful, but I don't think it's significant. I don't think it's insignificant, but I think it allows us to balance the ability for our taxpayers to be able to support the consecutive increases to water that are required. And we've already referenced what the cost is going to be, even if you look at the $30 over the year. And that's, some may say it's, a cup of coffee a month, perhaps. Maybe not a cup of coffee, but maybe gourmet coffee. But you ask a senior citizen who's living on CPI and old age security and ask them how often they go to Starbucks, I think they would be reluctant to be able to say, yeah, I go often. Because again, they are struggling. They're struggling to make means with the constant increase in living of services, and that's to do with taxes as well. And it's necessary, it's unfortunate, that's the realities, but that's where we need to step and see where our ability for our taxpayers to pay. I'm a little bit saddened with some of the comments that were made earlier, because I think they may be appropriate to what I'm suggesting to, that this could be rhetoric, that this could be pandering. You know what, I think at the end of the day, if you wanted to start opening up the book and seeing what could be pandering, I would hate to go into that realm. All I'd like to say is I respect the views and opinions that my colleagues have when they champion a cause, as much as I think this allows us to be more forward-thinking and still being conservative at the same point, and being appreciating that the concerns our community has, and being able to pay for the cost of goods and services. And as for the type of politician that I want to be, well, I want to be the type of politician where I am balancing those concerns of the community and agreeing to an appropriate rate increase, but still taking pause and saying, you know what, we go out there and ask for public consultation when it comes to Center in the Square, and we have a massive turnout in public input. We ask a public consultation for fire pits. But when we come around and we're looking at significant cost of service increase going consecutive into the future, I don't think the same level of public consultation takes place. Perhaps that's the emphasis that we need to put forward in 2016 before the preparation of budget planning comes for 2017. I think this is more appropriate to what our taxpayers could support, and so I hope that perhaps some of you will support this more minimal reduction to the staff recommendation by 1.7% to a water increase of 5.9%.
Okay, Councillor Singh did not comment the last time around. I think the same arguments apply. I'm not going to take any more comments. We're going to take the vote only. A point of clarification I'll take. Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah. Councillor Singh, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding completely. On final 54, the staff recommendation was 7.6, and you're bringing forward a 5.9.
5.7.
Sorry.
1.7. My apologies. So staff recommendation is 7.6.
Yes.
My reduction to staff recommendation is by 1.7 to a water increase of 5.9.
That's what I said.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I think we're just saying it differently.
Okay.
So 5.9.
Stress of the day. Maybe I'm not even listening to what you're saying. Sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry, questions of... I'm not going around the queue for comments. Is there a question? Does someone not understand the motion? No, everyone's made a comment on this. I'm not going around again. You're not permitted to make a comment, Councillor Griswold. You've already commented. Everyone's commented once, including Councillor Singh. You want to challenge the chair in your opportunity to comment? That's fine. Okay, so the chair's been challenged for Councillor Griswold to make a comment. As per usual, let's just do a recorded vote on this one as well. So if you think Councillor Griswold should have a second opportunity to comment, you would vote yes. If not, you would vote no.
Well, you should have a comment. Don't say second. Don't color the question.
Those in favor? And opposed? Motion fails. We will take a recorded vote on this. So the motion again is that to raise the water rates by 5.9%. If you're in favor of that, you'd vote yes. Okay, those in favor? And opposed? Motion fails. I'm looking for a new motion. Okay, Councillor Galloway-Seelock has moved staff recommendation. Recorded vote. That's at 7.6%. And that's okay. Everyone vote. Councillor Yaneski, did you vote? Okay. Oh, Councillor Fernandez, did you vote? Those in favor? And opposed? And that motion carries. We will now take a break for, let's say, 45 minutes. We will reconvene at 2 p.m.
How you doing?
Happy to meet you in person. How's it going?
All right.
All good.
All right.
I hope this is entertaining.
Hey, I love this stuff, otherwise I wouldn't be here. You know something? Seriously. Nice book. It's not food. Okay? It's watching the things. And I love the emotion of not just it makes sense. It looks like stuff. I also love watching the emotion of the constant stuff.
I don't think he knows that. Diana, I have a
Okay, I see everyone's already seated. Mr. Haggie, before we continue, we'll deal with Councillor Fernandez's motion with respect to the capital balances. Just
Okay,
do it now.
sure.
That's okay.
Oh, other side.
Okay, so motion's been put forward, just maybe to save some debate. Does staff have any concern with this? Present, I'll ask now. I'm not seeing Mr. Haggie.
I would just note, we can provide the information for final budget day. There will still be some accounting that needs to be done. So like I said earlier in the day, our books are still open until mid-February. So we can run the information as at a point in time, but as long as council's aware that there will still be transactions that need to happen for final budget day. So that's kind of the only caveat.
Okay, understandable. I think Mayor Vabenovich?
Well, I think probably when you do it, you can do the column that says forecasted end as well, because like if you do it before, like for example, the last payroll is run, you still know what that last payroll is, so that shows up in the forecasted year-end number, right?
It does. So doing that takes the coordination of everybody within, or lots of areas within the city. Simply running the report and putting it in the format that council is accustomed to seeing it is quick. Any additional analysis we need to do makes it much more difficult.
Okay, that's fine. Leave it the way you're suggesting.
Okay, Councillor Marsh?
Yeah, just so further to Mayor Verbanovich's request, I mean, it'll make it easier for all those reading the capital closeouts if you did have a column that had, even though it's not an analyzed down to the dollar amount, like just the projected budget, so that we can understand, oh, well, you know, there's still $5 million in this account, but we know that $3 million is accounted for, or something that can give us, because we're going to be comparing those anyway, so we might as well. No?
Well, so like I said, my group can pull the information out of the system fairly easily, but we don't manage the projects or the accounts or any of that type of, we aren't in charge of those areas, so we have to go back to those areas if that's the intent, to get what the final projected figure is, or known contracts, or things that are coming down the line. My group does not have that information.
Okay.
So.
Well, okay. Thanks.
Okay. I think I'm inclined to support Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah. I just wanted to. It's very simple. It's exactly what Mr. Haggie is. Mr. Haggie is indicating. I didn't want to make it any more complicated. We've had this information before. I just want it there for us to review. We can look back at our forecast from before ourselves.
Okay, very good. I don't think a recorded vote's in order for this. So those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Haggie, on to sanitary.
Looking at the sanitary budget, again, the sanitary budget remains unchanged from what council had previously seen. The projection has gotten better by close to $750,000 at the end of the year. That's because consumption is increased, so revenues are up slightly. As well, costs are down somewhat because our cost of processing, which is what we pay to the region, was down a little bit toward the end of the year, and the maintenance costs were also slightly lower than we had forecast during the operating budget. And here are the numbers, and I'll pause, Mr. Chair, for discussion.
Thank you. Questions on sanitary? Councillor Fernandez.
I'm just looking for my sticky. I did send you another email. You may not have had a chance to read it, regarding the processing. So is there anybody else? Yeah. Can you just bypass me for a second while I find that? Thanks.
Pardon me, Councillor Singh.
Yes, similar to water, when we had asked for reduction scenarios, does that hold true for sanitation as well, a reduction by 1 or 2% would be equivalent of 5 to 10 kilometers of...
Through the chair, I'm not sure of the kilometer amount. It may be somewhat different, but the overall principle would hold true.
I understand the principle, but we wouldn't know what that reduction would limit the ability to reconstruct roads.
To ARP? No, we did not do that calculation.
748,000, what is equivalent of as a percentage point to the increase in a single year?
Sorry,
Or the revenue, I guess, if the fact that we're projecting 748,000 better.
Right.
If it was reduced by 1% or either 2, how would that forecast carry on? Do we know that?
Yeah, we've provided the information in the budget pack, operating budget, so 1 second.
If you have that screen up, that'd be helpful too. Or if you could just reference that page.
So on page 094, it says...
094?
094. The 2% maintenance provision equates to 706, so 1% on the sanitary rate is roughly $350,000.
Okay, good, thank you. And I may have a recommendation at the end, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
I will want to make the carry forward with my other recommendations. Okay. Looking at the maintenance costs, the maintenance costs are increasing in 2016 over 2015 actual by 32%. Or if you look at it from budget to budget, it's a 23% increase. Okay. And then your increases are compounded at a 22, 23, 24% over the following 4 years. Is that correct?
I haven't done the math, but yeah, they are increasing.
Trust me, that's correct.
Sure.
Okay.
I take your word.
That is on top of the 2% that we're getting, that you're getting.
It is the 2%.
That is the 2%?
Yes.
So if that's the case, what does 1% represent?
About $350,000.
Yeah, I see a different figure than that. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, on that F-36 page, it's just a little minor thing, but it's the reading of the lettering or the font. I found it difficult to read compared to the previous page, where it's a different Roman italic or whatever it is.
I think it's been stretched a little, so it...
So yeah, I just was struggling to read some of the information, so if that could be changed for next time.
Sure.
Thanks.
And Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah, so I wanted to understand what the processing is. Can you help me explain what the process and maintenance costs were different than and then lower than the budgeted expense?
Sure. So processing is simply the cost we pay to the region to process the sewage we send them. So it's kind of the flip side of water. We purchase water from the region, and then we send them sewage, and they process it for us. So that line is 100% paid to the region.
All right.
We had assumed a cost. We had projected, projected a cost for it. As part of operating, our actuals were lower, so we've adjusted that. On the maintenance side, that's maintenance of the utility. We had, again, projected there were increased costs earlier in the year, and we projected that would continue on later in the year. Our actual costs in October, November were lower than we had projected, so we've updated the forecast accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Singh?
I had another question, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. Ryan, I'm trying to understand the staff's rationale, just the drastic difference in budget planning in 2015 in relation to what we're being proposed for this year. If you look at the budget for 2015 line at the bottom, the increase being proposed was 9.9 based on a 7.9% regional Waterloo rate increase, and at a point where increase in consumption was being factored at minus close to 3.5%.
Yep.
And now in relation to that, we are looking at a scenario where the proposed rate is 10.9 on a regional Waterloo rate increase of only 6.9. So that's a jump of 4% in relation to only 2% last year. And in consumption factors, where we're looking at only minus 1.5%, and fairly not too much of a decrease in consumption in future years as well. That's a significant increase. I understand, of course, that's to support the Accelerated Infrastructure Program, but that still holds true over the last number of years, where staff had constantly encouraged Council to support the AIP program. Why the drastic difference from 2015 budgetary planning to this year?
So through the chair, I would suggest the major difference is the state of infrastructure update that was brought forward to Council to provide additional context and information about the need for repairs and replacement of the system. Last year, as you've mentioned, it was a 9.9% rate increase. It's not directly tied to the regional increase, but as has been noted before, there were years where the budget passed by Council did not cover the increased costs simply from the region. So last year was a bit of a catch-up on some of that. Now we have more information available to us about the ongoing work that needs to be done.
So the State of the Infrastructure Program that we heard in August, was that much of a revelation to staff as well?
It helped provide better context and an ongoing funding plan when other less coordinated efforts had not been either heard or supported by Council.
But it's still, regardless of the arguments, just as what we're seeing, it is still a drastic jump, though.
It's a little argumentative, but...
It's actually a decrease, but I hear what you're saying. If you're just simply looking at what the region increase is versus the city increase, it's a difference in a change, but I would suggest...
And also keeping in account when we're seeing a better consumption rate as opposed to what we were looking at last year. When we're seeing reduction in consumption rate, that reduces our revenues. And when you're only increasing a small amount in a stronger reduction projection, it's contrary to what we're seeing right now. Anyways, I'm just making my point again, so I'll...
Mr. Chapman?
I would just refer committee back to O-76 in your operating package. I think that bar chart provides the explanation for why we are where we are today.
Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else in the queue. I have one question. How the system works, how the sanitary rate's tied to the water rate, what does that mean if we now reduce the sanitary rate in relation to the water rate we just set?
So, as laid out in the issue paper, the argument kind of holds true that if there's a reduction in any one of those three utilities, it's going to impact the Accelerated Infrastructure Replacement Program. Staff were only asked about coming up with scenarios on water, so we did not. Right. I can't tell you how many kilometers would be done differently for sanitary or stormwater, but there would be a negative impact.
But they were tied together. So my understanding is, if we approve a lower sanitary rate now, it would be essentially the equivalent in terms of lowering the water rate, because we won't have that money to build it out. So we would just essentially be overcharging in water without the ability to spend it. Is that the correct assumption?
Right. So we would still have a set water rate, but some of that funding cannot be used for the Accelerated Infrastructure Program.
Okay. Point of clarification, Councillor Singh?
That argument might be a bit of a stretch because we do have reserves on hand. So I agree, when you look at the long-term projection, it does reduce the overall ability to fund the program over a 10-year cycle. But within just a one-year cycle, I think there are other ways to still maintain the projection, even if there's one reduction to one utility.
Reserves on hand where?
Does the utility, the utility itself has reserves?
What's the balance of the utility reserve?
Stabilization for sanitary and stormwater are negative, and their capital reserves are fully allocated.
And then we're able to issue debt, as we usually do, when there is requirement.
Thank you.
So, but it wasn't as simple as just saying it would automatically reduce. That's the only reason I want a point of clarification.
Not seeing anyone else in the queue, so Councillor Gazzola, beginning of this process, indicated motion on all three of these items, so we will take his first. And that was a reduction of the stormwater rate to, or sorry, not stormwater, sanitary rate to 7.2% from 10.8. If you could cue in Councillor Gazzola, I'll get you on the microphone. Okay, go ahead.
I just want to make one point. I never did say that that staff had recommended option 1. I said staff, Mr. Taegi recommended option 2, and when staff prepared the budget, they went strictly along with option 2. My comments were that I had hoped staff could have looked at both option 1. Mr. Taegi did make an option 1. He didn't recommend it, but it was there, and I felt we should have looked at it. So, anyhow, basically I'm moving sanitary at 7.2 without the 2%. I look at these large increases down on the bottom. I don't think that's needed. So.
Okay, so that is the motion before us. I think a lot of the same arguments apply to the previous. I don't see anyone in terms of comments. I think they would be redundant. So we'll take a motion on that. So the motion is 7.2% for sanitary. Councillor Singh, I have you in the queue. Just if this doesn't fail, it fails, okay? So recorded vote at 7.2% for sanitary. Okay, those in favor? And opposed? Motion fails. Councillor Singh?
Yeah, my suggestion is a reduction by only 1%, which would make it in line to the same increase as last year, which would still be an improvement because, again, the regional water rate increase isn't as high as was last year. And I'm hoping that this reduction is more of voice of reason as opposed to what was suggested by Councillor Gazzola at 7.2, which it would be very close to what the regional rate increase is in comparison to the staff recommendation. So 1% reduction.
Okay. So that would be 9.8 instead of 10.8, right? Okay. Okay, motion's put forward. Call the vote. Voting's open. Pause your voting for 1 second. Councillor Gazzola, you could make a comment on this side.
And Councillor Singh's comment about the voice of reason, are you commenting that I'm totally irrational and unreasonable?
Okay, let's wrap this up quickly. Councillor Singh?
I think 1% reduction isn't a significant decrease, so that's why I'm referencing as a voice of reason, still giving our tax or utility ratepayers a somewhat of a reduction while still trying to fund the accelerated infrastructure program. It wasn't anything reference to your efforts.
With all due respect, if 1% is reasonable...
If you had to argue, Councillor Gazzola, your rate increase was based on the same as what the region is increasing theirs. So if you wanted to go into that, I prefer not to.
Okay, we good now? Okay, so the voting's open and it's a reduction of 1%. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion fails. Looking for a motion. I need a motion, folks. Staff recommendation moved by Councillor Galloway-Seelock. Take the vote. Those in favor? And opposed? And the motion carries. And we'll move on to stormwater. Mr. Henry.
As far as stormwater goes, there are minimal comments. The budget remains unchanged. The projection is consistent with what Council had seen during operating, so there's no new information available.
Okay. Questions on stormwater? Councillor Singh.
Yes, I've kind of asked some of these questions during earlier budget deliberation, when we look at the utility as a whole and the revenues that are coming in part of the utility in comparison to what was coming out of the tax base when the works was being funded out of our capital occurrence or our tax base is much higher. The entire utility, would it not constitute as a big effort as an accelerated infrastructure program?
I'm not sure I
follow the question, Councillor Singh.
I mean, what I'm saying is the efforts for remediation of our stormwater management ponds and our infrastructure, the monies that come out of the utility are more monies coming in now than they were through the tax base. Is that correct?
Mr. Chapman, I think I know where you're going, but yeah.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay. So that was the reference that I was trying to make, and I was saying that we're already making a significant effort into accelerating infrastructure programs with the increased funding that we're coming out of the utility. When the utility was first established, it also recognized that there needs to be considerable increases going forward, but it was referenced as a 3% increase for the next 10 years. Is that correct? We were told that we're putting the utility this utility rate, but we should expect a continual increase of 3% going forward into the next 10 years.
That's what I recall. I know in previous budget forecasts over a 5-year period, it was 3% increases.
Right.
I would say, again, that's prior to all the state of the infrastructure information.
But again, we're jumping from a 3% increase now to a 10% increase.
9.2.
9.2%. I'm rounding off the numbers when they're so high. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah, I just wanted to understand if we've seen an increase in the uptake in the stormwater credit program.
Through the chair, that stormwater credit program is fairly consistent in the membership that we're seeing right now. So we're not seeing a lot of new credit applications coming in relative to when we first made that policy available.
Right. When you made a presentation to the Environmental Committee, we received some really surprising numbers in terms of the number of people who were even aware of the stormwater credit program, right? Was it something like 70% or 80% of residents don't know about this program?
Through the chair, that's what we found with the survey that was conducted.
So are we sitting at a higher, I mean, it doesn't look like it when I look at the reserve. I mean, it is going up. It's tripled from what we had budgeted. But it is higher than we had anticipated. Is that not correct? Because we're at, what I'm seeing is the opening balance is 1599.
Through the chair, are you looking at the capital or the stabilization?
I'm looking at the capital reserve, not the stabilization.
Yeah, through the chair, that was due to a closeout, and we rebudgeted for another project. There is an issue paper for that in the capital package on C-189, and that's for stormwater pond retrofit that a design has been completed for, an environmental assessment has been completed for, and that work is prepared to proceed now.
So you've taken the reserve fund and applied it to a project? Is that what I'm understanding?
So yes, it was a closeout, and then it was rebudgeted to a different project.
I guess I'm puzzled about that. I didn't know that the reserve was being used. I thought the capital reserve would grow until we were at a certain percentage.
Mr. Haggie?
I was just going to say, so the capital reserve fund, the funds come from capital closeouts, and it can be used for capital closeouts.
I see. Okay.
Or sorry, for capital projects.
Okay. I guess what I'm a little bit concerned about is that we continue to take in revenue from residents, but we're not really offsetting it. Because I was always of the understanding when we started with this utility that we would offer people opportunity to reduce their stormwater fee so that it was kind of, I wouldn't say revenue neutral, because of course you'd never want that, but the 3% increase that Councillor Singh was talking about would help keep that stormwater utility going for a long period of time without having dramatic increases. So what have we done that has put us in the need to due to this 10% increase? Is it because we're wanting to take on more stormwater ponds than the original plan was for the utility?
Through the chair, there's a long and a short answer to that. But one thing to be cognizant of is when the utility was started in 2010, staff had made a recommendation to go to a sustainable level of service. When the rates were approved, they were approved with a 10% reduction. So with the increase that we're putting forward today, we're actually just getting back to the level that we had originally proposed the utility be funded at. So that has put us behind in some work. And additionally, there was a lot of work that wasn't taking place, that should have been taking place before the utility existed. And one of the primary things that has come to light now is that with our stormwater ponds that we do have control over, that are not in phase of development, we did bathymetric surveys of those ponds in 2015 to determine how much sediment was in them. And we've come up with a number of 79,000 tons. So that's about 8,000 dump trucks worth of sediment that needs to be removed. It's a legislated obligation for us to maintain our stormwater ponds under the Environmental Protection Act and the Ontario Water Resources Act. And that's work that needs to be funded. So that's about $7 million right there in work that hasn't been done, but we are obligated to do. So there is certainly a need for the level of funding that we've identified here.
Okay, I know the rationale for the stormwater ponds being cleaned out and cleared out. What percentage
Councillor
of...
Finnis, do you have many more questions?
This is it.
Last question,
Yeah.
okay, go ahead.
How often or what percentage do we get from our development industry to retrofit and clean out these stormwater ponds? Because often the stormwater ponds are put in at the beginning stages of construction, and then we've got years and years and years of construction, of which much of that runoff comes from those construction sites. Are we making sure that they're being held accountable to pay for some of this work?
Yes, we don't assume stormwater ponds that aren't in pristine design condition. So developers are required to clean them out prior to transferring them to us.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gazzola?
Can you tell me what the increase is in the transfer to the Accelerated Infrastructure Program for 2016 and 2017?
That would be for road reconstruction projects. I
know. What percentage is it? What it is 20%, and I'm curious as to why it's 20% and not 13% that was set out in the options.
So those triple funded projects are funded by each utility, and there's a costing formula in place to determine what the share for each utility is for those projects.
Yeah, but they're all going up 13%. Yeah, there's a share on what comes from whom, but all of them are going up 13%. So why is this one going up 20%? And next year it's going up 7%.
I would be speculating a little bit, but one potential reason would be the source or the size of revenue generated by this utility is actually less than the water and sanitary utility, so the proportional hit to this utility may be higher than to those.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to put some rhyme and reason to these things. So 1 year is 20, the next is 7. You divide that by 2, it's 13% every year. But what is the rule here? Well, I'm sure nothing's going to change today, so I'll leave that one with you, okay? The other question I have is, what is the situation with our school boards? Are we collecting from them for this utility? Or?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, we continue to accrue it and book a full allowance against it. Most recently, we had correspondence from the Minister of Education on behalf of the province that said we're not entitled to collect it. We believe we are, but until the province changes their position, we will not be booking the revenue.
Well, has any of our organizations like AMO taken on this, giving us some assistance in this? Because this must be a problem right across the province wherever they do collect for stormwater. And if I'm curious, if the province allows this to be applied against homeowners, why it wouldn't be applied to school boards?
We share.
That's a different other day. I'll leave that with you, okay?
Except the short answer is there's a conflict between legislation. We fall under the provisions of the Municipal Act, which would say we have a right to charge it. But there is a conflict with the Education Act, and for now the province is siding on the side of the Education Act.
No, and I appreciate that, but it would be nice to see that our central organization is going to bat with us.
And I saw Nick nodding his head, so he may want to comment on that.
Mr. Golan, on that? I guess the comment I would have with respect to AMO, just because the stormwater utility is, we're a bit ahead of the game in this respect. I'm not sure it's something that's shared among all municipalities in Ontario at this point, so there probably isn't going to have much traction with AMO at this point. But Mr. Golan, do you know if AMO's discussed this at all?
There were discussions, and I think, as you just mentioned, as more municipalities go in this direction of establishing a stormwater utility, there will be more momentum generated for the province to address this issue holistically.
Okay, one final question. I noticed we still are giving grants to charities and places of worship. Is this something that all municipalities that are collecting stormwater utility fees, do they all do that?
Through the chair, no. That was a decision made by this council when the utility was established here. But in Waterloo, for example, they do not have that.
So they don't. So all municipalities aren't the same. Have we ever considered getting in line with Waterloo?
Our preference would be to, in all fairness, to charge every property based on their impervious area and not provide grants, and that was staff's recommendation at that time.
So where does that stand? Or staff bringing that recommendation back again? Or?
It was a council decision, so if you wanted to change that, Councillor Gazzola, that would be the decision that we would have to make.
Yeah, okay. I do remind you that I do want to also put in my third bid on a revised rate change, okay?
Yep, you have priority in all of those. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, just on a comment that you have made that sometimes the increase is also to be in proportion to the increase to water and sanitary, so that when works happen, that it's, I guess, one-third, is that correct?
It's not exactly a third, but they are all
close in line? Okay. Mm-hmm. Is that typically fair, though? Would the same work have to have happened if efforts need to be made to remediate a sewer line or put in a new one? Or?
The calculation is based on disturbed area of a road profile. So the sanitary share is actually the highest because it's the deepest sewer, so it requires the most work. So just to flesh that out, sanitary is 46%, water is 31%, and stormwater is 23%.
Okay, so it's not completely proportionate. Okay, thank you. The other question I had was, I think this question was answered by Mr. Chapman, and based on just the mandate and the campaign that was made by our current federal government in additional investments to infrastructure. But the articulation has been that it needs to be for projects that could be to be able to create growth. But is it also correct that there has been articulation that efforts would be made towards investment in infrastructure that could mitigate towards, of course, climate change, which would in effect also refer to stormwater management?
We certainly do pursue funding opportunities that are available. We have received grants in the past to do work.
Is there increased confidence that with this current government that there would be additional investments into infrastructure that would be more related to stormwater management and mitigation of climate change?
Mr. Chapman, do you want to comment?
Through the chair, to elaborate on my previous comment, there were 3 areas of focus. Green infrastructure is one of those. There was a reference in the Liberal platform to flood control, and stormwater is being potentially a type of project that may be funded in that category.
Okay, thank you. So when we adequately fund our utility, showing that we have the ability and means to have a strongly supported and funded accelerated infrastructure program and capacity of this community to be able to fund that, does that diminish our capacity to make grants, meaning make it as attractive for investments in this community, as opposed to many other areas across the nation that may not have or have articulated the same capacity to pay, meaning they can create a more sobbing story?
Mr. Chapman, thank you.
Through the chair, I think it will fall to the city to make a compelling case. I know Mr. Golan is nearing the end of his stormwater master plan. I think he's spoken to one challenge that's been identified around the clean out of ponds. Maybe he wants to elaborate on that answer in terms of our ability to make a compelling case, even in light of this increase that's proposed.
Okay, thank you.
I would say that it would really depend on the funding criteria, and it's difficult to comment on that without seeing an application and understanding what the criteria is that is being sought.
Okay, Councillor Marsh.
Well, I wanted to just ask about the grants to charities and places of worship. So I take it that those are exemptions from the stormwater fee. Is that right?
That is correct. You could see it that way. We do still bill them, but so they see the amount that they would pay on their utility bill, but then that's backed out with 100% grant. So it's a line in and out on each bill that they receive.
Okay. And so have they ever been charged that, or was that an initial decision right at the implementation of the stormwater utility?
That was a decision right at the implementation of the utility, and I believe the rationale was, or the argument that was made, was that they were exempt from taxes, and therefore they weren't paying for stormwater work in the past, and the argument that they presented was that they shouldn't have to pay for it going forward.
And yet they do pay for all the other utilities. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, well that's interesting. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Verbanovich.
Thank you. I was just going to speak to Councillor Singh's question with respect to what might happen with any potential funding that might come from the federal government, and while it's obviously premature to predict where this government will go in terms of implementation of any programs, I think it's fair to say that the message has been delivered in any dialogue with them before the election and since the election that any program should give municipalities the utmost flexibility. And continually the message has been with governments, and I think for the most part, certainly their predecessor, and I would expect they will get that those who have made responsible infrastructure decisions and investments should not be punished with less funding going forward. And again, while we don't know how that's going to play out yet, I would anticipate that will be the case, particularly because there's more and more emphasis being put on municipalities actually having asset management plans in place as a precondition to any funding. And that's really what's going to be the controlling mechanism.
Thank you. I actually just wanted to ask if staff, and I don't know, you may not have the answer to this, staff may not have the answer to this, but Any sort of stimulus spending that I've been privy to has very clearly been equitable in terms of, in the very least, in terms of the municipality having to put in generally some portion. Is there a real fear that the federal government will help municipalities that have been irresponsible in their management? I guess the question is, what Councillor Singh is essentially getting at, and I've heard this from other members of council as well, and that is, why fix anything? Sit back until, so we're in the worst possible infrastructure situation, because those are the ones that are going to get the dollars first. And I've never seen any historical context for that argument, and I'm curious if staff and their experience or history has seen that ever. Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, that's not been my experience, and I think I would elaborate on the mayor's point that we're increasingly seeing pressure on municipalities to have detailed asset management plans in formats prescribed by the province and the federal government as a precursor to funding. And so at the end of the day, I think what they'll be looking for is responsible municipalities to articulate their case, and on that basis, funding will flow.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. Mayor Benish, you want to comment again?
Yeah, just on that. I think the only, to be frank, as I recall from my time on council, the only time where there was some of that feeling was in the very, very early days of government starting to invest in infrastructure, and this primarily went to the provincial government of the late 90s, mid to late 90s, and as there was uploading and downloading going on, those of us who were responsible found that there were some instances where we weren't being treated in the same way as some that maybe weren't. But again, that's going back, 15, 20 years ago now. We haven't seen that more recently.
Okay, thank you. There are no further people in line for questioning, so as per the procedure, we'll take Councillor Gazzola's motion recommendation first, and that is for the stormwater utility to be at 4.7%. Okay, so voting on that, 4.7% for stormwater. Sorry? Oh, sir, we can take comments if you like. Yeah, I didn't see anyone in the queue. So hold off on your vote for a minute. Pardon me. Councillor Singh, comments?
Mr. Chair, I only wanted to say I never said do nothing. That was my argument. And you referenced your point to saying that it's the same example of do nothing approach. It was only, do we need to make the same level of effort? Not to say there should be no effort made. That's only a clarification I would like to make.
That's fair. Okay, and voting is open. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion fails. Looking for a second motion? Another motion? Councillor Fernandez?
Yes, I would. Sorry, the 4.2 failed. I'd like to bring it up to 1.5% increase on the 4.7. Sorry, 4.7. So that would be 6.2%, please.
So the stormwater rate to...
So it would be double what we normally do, but a little extra, 0.2% extra. So normally we've increased it 3%. So I'm doubling that to 6.2.
Okay, so the motion is 6.2%.
And I'll just give a little rationale. I realize that we're asking for a 9.2, so I'm trying to sort of split the difference a little bit here. We maintained when we started this utility, as Councillor Singh indicated, and I recollect that as well, that it would be a 3% increase. Certainly this would at least keep us moving forward on cleaning out the stormwater ponds and making sure that we have some responsibility for flooding that does happen when we have major storm events. But I think that in light of the other two increases that our residents are being subjected to, at least this gives some in between. I'd also like to strongly suggest to residents to please take a look at the opportunity to apply for a credit, which will help offset this increase.
Councillor Gallo-Silac.
I just quickly wanted to say that I strongly urge everyone to support staff recommendation, purely just from the fact that I heard from Mr. Golan that we have $7 million of sediment that we need to remove. That's outside of any other work that we do. And that's something that we definitely need to continue to work towards, and that's legislated that we have to do $7 million of work.
Okay, so the vote is on Councillor Fernandez's motion to stormwater at 6.2%. Voting is open. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion fails. Looking for a motion. Staff recommendation moved by Councillor Gallo-Silac. Recorded vote. Those in favor? And opposed? And that motion carries. Okay, we are moving along to capital budget. Thanks, Mr. Golan. Mr. Haggie.
So turning our attention to the capital budget now, there are only two changes that I'll note for Council from what was originally presented to Council on November the 30th. The first change relates to the fleet replacement equipment account, and this budget's been updated based on the results of the 2015 annual equipment review. The impact is to increase the budgeted replacements of equipment by $3.9 million based on current life cycles, and it's primarily toward the last years of the forecast, the final 4 years. So early on, the forecast is unchanged. It's more at the back end. As in prior years, the city continues to extensively defer old equipment past planned life cycles, where the cost of maintenance are less than the cost of amortizing a new piece of equipment. Secondly, the only other change that I'll note is in the neighborhood festival account, and this budget's been increased based on the direction that Council gave during the Tier 1 grant discussion. So there's some adjustment in grants, and some of the funding landed here in the neighborhood festival capital account. There are 3 issue papers that I'll note, and I'll leave this up on screen. The middle one has already been discussed, but there are 2 others, BD3 about the city's capacity for leveraging funding, and BD5 tree planting that have not been discussed yet. And I'll pause there, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any questions on these? Councillor Singh?
Just kind of a clarification. I know this is outside of the issue papers, but I think the capital, just kind of reaffirmed this, had already included additional funding that may be required for some remediation efforts at McLennan Park. Is that correct? That's already...
At McLennan Park, correct.
That's already built into the capital, right?
That is already built in.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Verbenovich?
Thanks. On BD03, I guess I would just make the point that I think, just based on, again, the kinds of things we're hearing, and without knowing specifically where it's going to go, I think staff should start putting their mind around the kinds of projects that we may have an opportunity to advance, particularly in this construction year. It seems, again, by some of the language that Minister Morneau and Minister Sohi and others are using, that there may be a component of the infrastructure funding that is almost stimulus in nature. Certainly that has been the kind of language and advice that's come from the head of the Bank of Canada as well. And so I would anticipate that the government will consider that. So I think we should just make sure we're prepared in some of those likely categories for some projects that we may want to advance in 2016 if the opportunity were to arise. And I think we'll know that by late February, early March. So that would be my comment on BD03. And then on BD05, I'd like to move staff's recommendation.
Sir, you're moving staff's recommendation?
Yes.
Councillor Fernandez.
Yep, I want to speak to BDO 5. When I was reading the budget paper, this issue paper, what I thought was interesting is that we're talking about two different things here. We're talking about the tree planting demand, which is 600 infill tree locations and 400 park tree locations, and the Sustainable Urban Forest Program, which staff is just starting in the beginning stages of. I think that we've heard many times from councillors around the Horseshoe that it's very important to keep up with our urban forest in terms of our street trees, our boulevard trees, and our parks. These are trees that are being replaced not through EABA, but because they've died for many, many different reasons. I think that this really something that residents see as an immediate and quick fix, something that we are doing that helps shade their house in future years, increases the aesthetics and the appearance of their property. So I would like to recommend that instead of $250,000 of that fund going to the Grand River Park, that we split the difference and we try to move forward on at least 500 trees, and the other half either goes to the Grand River Park capital budget, or we put it into the tax stabilization reserve in hopes of try and offset some of our tax levy. We really only need about $300,000 to bring our tax levy down to 1.2%. There is funding that is going into that Grand River Park, but I really think that we need to move forward on trees that are being planted in front of residents' houses and in parks that we enjoy, replacing the ones that have died.
Okay, Councillor Fernandez, first off, I can start by saying I can take the half of it, the 125, as an amendment to Mayor Urbanovich's motion.
Okay.
The second 125, I can't, because then that's contrary, number one. And number two, again, there's this crops up from budget to budget, but a $125,000 allocation from here to the tax levy would be a one-time transfer. It's not a sustainable funding source, so we would end up getting hit with that the following year. I'm not sure if you're aware.
I apologize. I do recollect that that's correct, because this is a capital budget as opposed to an operating budget.
So do you want to just deal with the 125?
Let's just deal with the 125.
I'm not, Mayor Urbanovic, I don't see anyone else. Any questions, Mayor Urbanovic?
Well, I'll just speak to this, and I think Council has heard me speak to this in the past. I mean, first of all, as the report indicates, staff are able to proceed with the work that they have based on the staffing resources they have right now. And I think more importantly, the Grand River Park is something that we have been talking about as a municipality for well over 20 years. It's been in successive parks master plans. It is a heritage river, and one that we as a community have historically underutilized. It's also one that, quite frankly, needs to also have the investments come to a conclusion in the foreseeable future with respect to the trail along the river as well, and we've been hearing about that lately. So I would urge Council to leave this funding intact as has been indicated by staff, and allow us to move forward with this initiative in the coming years as planned.
Okay. Councillor Gazzola, comment or question?
I have a question.
Question?
I want to clarify, these 1,000 trees that we need to plant, are they additional trees or replacement trees?
Who could speak to that? Is anyone prepared to answer that, whether the trees are new or replacement? Yeah. Not seeing anyone answering that question. Councillor Gazzola, is that critical to your decision on this motion?
No, I'm just curious as to.
Well, perhaps staff can follow up then, if that's okay. And we can move along. You may.
Going, but I thought when we were discussing this previously, it was transferring funds the other way. That some members of council were concerned that funds were being taken out of it somewhere and put into the park. Is this the same thing?
This is, Councillor Fernandez's motion is to transfer out $250,000 from the Grand River Park, or sorry, $125,000 of the $250 into the tree program. I'm not sure what your question, how that relates, but.
Okay. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Through you, Mr.
Ms. Fletcher, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I've just been able to confirm that the 1,000 trees are replacement trees.
Okay, they are replacement trees. And Councillor Fernandez, I have you in the queue.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond. If I'm not, I was just looking for it in our capital budget in the issue papers, but I think you're correct, Councillor Gazzola. There was a concern that there was a lot of funding going to the Grand River Park, and some of that funding was originally set aside for tree planting, and that's why I was concerned. I'm just trying to find those pages, and maybe if we can hold off on a vote on this, maybe go to something else for a minute. I'll see if I can find those pages.
Cap 04? C185. We think.
It is 185. And there's a footnote that says $250,000 had been reallocated from EAB, or Emerald Ash Borer, to Grand River Park, and the request came out essentially saying it was being used for tree works, it's going to Grand River Park now, and so the motion was to move it to other tree works.
That's correct.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Gazzola? Thanks.
Okay. Mayor Verbenovich?
So for clarity, the funding source was the EAB that was coming in under budget in terms of the cost, and that's why staff moved that it come out of that source of funding.
Okay, very good.
Staff saying, put this extra money there, and Councillor Fernandez is saying, no, put the extra money here.
That's exactly right. Right, okay. So just so everyone's clear then, so right now there's $250 allocated to Grand River Park, and the motion is to take half of that, $125,000, and apply it to the tree planting program with all the implications written out on final 58, okay? Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, question of staff. Just wondering, so in the issue paper it outlines that if we were to allocate this funding for these additional trees, that it would pull staff from the workload that they already have and impede their ability to create the sustainable urban forest program in their business plan. So I'm just wondering if we cut the number in half and made it the 125,000, does that change anything in terms of staff's ability to be able to respond and plant more trees this year?
It's a good question. I'm not sure if staff will have run figures in that respect, but Ms. Fletcher.
I would suggest that the impact is really proportional to the amount of money being reallocated. So what will happen is staff will have to reprioritize some work, but the impact will not be 100% to the Sustainable Urban Forest Program.
So, I mean, we're dealing with competing priorities here because it looks like we do have a shortfall of trees. That people are waiting for replacement trees. And so if we went ahead and funded some of this with the 125 that's being proposed, then would there be an ability to say, for example, contract out the planting of those trees and pay for it that way?
Through the chair, I can't answer the question in terms of how we would go about getting the trees planted, but we certainly can take the request back and look at how we would reprioritize work. But there would be a reprioritization of work that would need to happen.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chapman?
My understanding, given the way the issue paper was written, is that the constraint is not so much on the forces that install the trees, it's on the ones that are responsible for planning the work. So the staff that right now would be developing the sustainable urban forest strategy, which would have to shift focus to actually plan for those infill locations and the replacement locations.
Okay, I have, sorry, Councillor Marsh, do you want to finish?
So my understanding is that there are already locations identified because the trees have had to be cut down or otherwise are needing already to be replaced. We have a list, do we not, of trees that are waiting to be planted, and so the level of planning might be less impactful. Is that, I mean, that's my understanding of it, but can you please help correct me if that's wrong? I guess it's, sorry, I'm putting questions out there that maybe people don't have answers to, and so that's unfair, but I'm putting it out there that my guess is that planning for trees that are already identified as being needed might not take away too much planning time from the staff who would need to implement it. But that's just maybe, sorry, more of a comment. I don't want to put staff on the spot and with questions they can't answer, so I'll just leave it at that.
Ms. Fletcher, is there an answer to that question?
There is. Through the chair, I've been able to confirm that if this is what the direction council wants to give, staff will work within the direction, reprioritize the work, and we will try and achieve both goals and objectives.
Okay, I have Councillor Gazzola and Mayor Benovich in the queue. Councillor Gazzola.
I want to make a comment. I haven't made a comment yet.
Please.
I noticed you fluttering there. No, I'm my memory's coming back to me, and what we have here is we have a situation where we've saved some dollars on another project, and Councillor Fernandez is saying, well, let's split those savings between two areas, and when you consider that where she wants to allocate that share are for replacement for trees that people in our community have lost, and so we're not giving them all the money that should be going there, but we're trying to satisfy two areas. So I will support her resolution.
Thank you, and Mayor Benovich.
Thank you. I guess I want to point out two things based on BDO 5. First of all, BDO 5 indicates that the suggested funding amount, as it is, exceeds the shortfall of 500 trees by 250 trees, number one. And number two, it talks about the challenges to the Sustainable Urban Forest Program, which we as a council have identified as a priority in the business plan, and something that, quite frankly, needs to be done, I think, from a big picture point of view in terms of moving forward. So we need to get that program done. We need to proceed with the trees that we already have budgeted for in terms of getting them planted. And we need to move forward on another priority that has been identified by this council through our work plan and our strat plan and successive other plans, and that's the Grand River Park as well.
Okay, and Councillor Fernandez.
Okay, so if I'm reading the issue paper correctly, it says it will adjust the work priorities such as delay planning on the Sustainable Forest Program. They're just in the very infancy stages of planning. We're not taking anything away. It just means they're going to be delaying the planning. It's not, I think that trees in the ground, no pun intended, is certainly going to be something visual and will be a positive step for our residents who are waiting and waiting and waiting for these trees to be replaced. That's all I'm asking. It was already earmarked for trees. Let's just keep going with the trees.
Okay. Everyone's concluded. Recorded vote on this on Councillor Fernandez's amendment to take half of the funding from the Grand River Park and apply it to trees. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion fails. And now Mayor Vrabanovic main motion, which is staff recommendation that it remain in the Grand River Park. Voting is open. Those in favor? And opposed? And the motion carries. Mr. Haggie.
So before going on, there's no new information, so this would be an appropriate time to take a motion on the capital budget as a whole.
Very good. Moved by Councillor Ioannidis, the capital budget as a whole. Councillor Singh.
Sorry, just for a reason that my parents and I own some real estate along some of the proposed capital projects. So page C138, LRT construction, C-149 Sterling and Mauser, C-149 Lydia and Murner. I'd just like to have those voted separately as it's a conflict because I own real estate near those locations, or my parents.
Okay, we will vote on those items first in the capital budget. Recorded vote on everything. We're voting on the items that Councillor Singh has a conflict in the capital budget. Sorry, I don't follow the question, Councillor Zola. Do you want to repeat them, Councillor Singh? I didn't write them down.
Sorry, Councillor Gazzola, it was C-138 LRT construction. C-138, just the LRT construction. No problem. No, Councillor Gazzola, I referenced LRT construction as I and my parents own some real estate along that construction route. So I'm just making my conflict and recusing myself on that vote. C-149 Sterling Street. C-1, yes, and C-149 Lydia and /Mauser. It says Lydia /Mauser, so I wasn't sure if it's a corner. I'm not so sure if there is a conflict. I'm just going on the side of caution on that one. Murner, yeah. That's right. That's it.
Okay, we clear on that then? Okay, voting on those items first. Recorded vote. Yeah, can you cue in, Councillor Gazzola, if you have a question?
A refresher on what the LRT construction amount is for?
Can you ask what about that amount? Pardon me?
What is that for? It's a $3 million expenditure. Can somebody just clarify? Is that for some overruns, or they're behind, or what is that for?
Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, that's for gas pipeline relocation.
For gas pipeline? Okay, so it's not extraordinary other than it's being done. It has to be done while they're doing the LRT. It's not an extraordinary expenditure.
It's being necessitated because of the LRT.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would not have been done.
Okay.
Okay? Yeah. Okay. On those items, recorded vote. And that carries unanimously with the conflict noted, and we'll now take a recorded vote in the balance of the capital budget. One question, Councillor Fernandez.
If we don't want to approve the capital budget because we don't agree with the stormwater, with all the utility rates. Is that correct? If I don't agree with all the rate increases, I would not support the capital budget. Is that right?
I wouldn't suggest that. I mean, it's a matter of opinion, but I would suggest that your previous voting record on the water, sanitary, stormwater was noted and is recorded, so your voting on the capital budget would probably be seen as a balance of the rest of the items in the capital budget.
Thanks for the clarification.
Okay, and voting on the capital budget balance is open. Those in favor? And opposed? And the motion carries. Mr. Heggie.
Final section to consider is the tax-supported operating budget. Just some highlights as a bit of a refresher, the three main things. The proposed budget is 1.5%, but Council can and already has actually influenced that amount today with the earlier change to the parking dividend. So it's 1.48 now, and we'll see when we flip over to the tracking spreadsheet, we'll be able to see that. Again, the proposed budget maintains existing service levels, which is something our constituents have told us is important to them, and the forecast over the next 10 years, which we'll see in a couple slides, varies between 1.5% and 2.5%. As was noted during the operating budget presentation, there's a small amount of additional assessment growth that's above and beyond what was used for budget planning. We had assumed 1.25% assessment growth. It actually came in at 1.29%, which translated into roughly $43,000 of additional revenue. And Council can decide today what happens with that. It could either be used to reduce the net tax levy by about 0.04%, or it could be used to fund other items. And so those are listed here on this slide with the dollar impacts. In a couple of slides, we'll see the issue paper listing, and again, these are all included in the issue paper list. As I mentioned, this slide shows the 10-year tax rate forecast as to where the tax rate increase could go over the next decade. Although the values range up and down, they're generally inflationary in nature, and that's shown at the bottom of this slide. Finally, the last slide in this section is about the operating issue papers. They begin on page 59 of today's package. There's 6 for Council's consideration today, and as noted earlier, there's 4 of them that could potentially have a budget impact depending on what Council decides. I'll stop there, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Davey. I want to put forward a motion for, where is it here? BD10 on the school zone parking. I don't know if the clerk can put that up. That $21,000 be allocated as the City of Kitchener's share towards the funding of a school travel planner to be funded from the city's unallocated 2016 assessment growth, and further that 0.4 FTEs be allocated for this role should it be determined that the position will be housed within the City of Kitchener. And the reason why I'm putting this forward is because the school boards are willing to participate in 1/3 each in this program. So I just want to put a cost commitment to our share forward.
Okay, and for reference again, that is final 65. For the full increase there was $41,280. Councillor Ioannidis is putting forward a shared costing, hopefully with the school boards at $21,000. Questions on this? Councillor Gazzola.
No,
Not on this? Mayor Verbenovich?
I'll certainly support this and support the amount in question. I mean, this is an issue that I know pretty much everyone deals with in one way or another in each of their wards in terms of issues around the schools. But if we are going to start this with the school boards, I think it may also be worthwhile to reach out to Waterloo and Cambridge and see if they want to partner with us in this. I mean, I think we need to allocate the whole amount now, but I think going forward, I think it'd be worthwhile to approach them, because inevitably, if we're having a problem with this, I would anticipate that 2 other urban centers in the region are having a problem, and probably looking for a common solution would make the most sense.
Well, I'm okay with that. In the future, I was looking at bringing forward another motion to advocate to the higher levels of senior government to look at this issue in a more detailed manner.
Okay.
Mr. Chapman on this point?
Thank you.
Through Mr. Chair, I think it may be helpful to hear from Mr. Reedman. You'll recall at committee you asked him to follow up with the school boards to find out what their position was. We've had those conversations, and so I think committee deserves an update in terms of where that process sits.
Very good. That's an order, Mr. Reedman.
Through the chair, so the Waterloo Region District School Board and the Catholic School Board are interested in finding some sort of solution and committing to that solution. One interest they have is in line with Mayor Verbanovic's comment, is that since they have regional jurisdiction, they would like to look at a solution that covers the whole region. If Council has a desire for this work to start this year, then staff would recommend funding the full amount outlined in the issue paper, which is $41,280 and the 0.4 FTEs. Otherwise, this the value that's being funded through this motion would require partnerships before getting started.
Okay, so just to jump quickly then, so my understanding then is this amount, should we not come to any sort of agreement with the school boards, would be held in abeyance pending future action or future budget.
Through the chair, one option could be the school boards assist with the funding to the city, so that's why we're asking for 0.4 FTEs. So if we get the full $42,000 through partnerships with the school boards, we could start this year. Another option could be we fund an FTE at the school location, so using our portion of the funding to fund a position at the school board. So those are options that we're looking at right now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, just wanted to say I'm pleased to support this. This is one issue that I think easily affects each and every one of us in all our wards, as well as it has been very effectively advocated by Councillor Ioannidis on an issue that continues to elude us in finding a solution. I think this is one step in helping to determine some sort of a game plan. I think it does incumbent on us to encourage the school board to step up to the plate and accept some responsibility and partner with us. So very pleased to support the motion as Councillor Ioannidis has presented. But I will just give a comment to staff that if there are ways and synergies to co-align with our earlier directions with the paving of trails, strategic trails that lead to schools, and that could help make this strategy even more effective, that's an opportunity that we have both projects going in line around the same time. So I would hope that staff look at the synergies there.
Councillor Yaneski.
Just want a clarification on this 21,000. Is that in addition to the 41,280 that was proposed by staff?
Yes.
So we're looking at 60.
No, not in addition. It's half. It's a portion of. So looking for the school boards to kick in the balance in an agreement.
Looking for school boards to what?
To match.
To match which figure? The 21,000.
Well, yes, bring it up to the 43. Pardon me, the 41,280.
So you want the school boards to match the 41,280?
We want the school boards to match the amount that we're putting in. The recommendation is to put in 21,000. Okay.
Okay.
By Councillor Ioannidis, and we're looking for the school boards to match that before we implement.
Okay, but in addition to that, we're still objecting, intending to have 41,280 in the issue paper supported as well.
No. Replacing.
You don't think so?
No, definitely not.
Okay, so that figure is replacing this figure?
Correct.
And coming out of assessments?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I understand. Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola?
What is the cost involved if the other two cities in the region get involved?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
What is the cost if the other two cities in the region get to? Eventually, we all have to get together on this. So what is the cost if and when they get involved?
Mr. Rubin?
Through the chair, this would be to fund 0.4 FTEs, which would allow for 5 schools in the city of Kitchener to be done in a given year. So if the other municipalities partner in, we would see the cost being greater than the 42,000 because it would likely be a full-time position looking at all the municipalities in the region.
But isn't that the road we should be going, looking at it? Okay, I have a comment that I'll make, okay?
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez?
I mean, this is something that we're all struggling with, but I'm only going to support the 21,000 if we can be assured that the school boards are on board. I understand from you, Councillor Ioannidis, that they've agreed already or not? Because I didn't hear that from Mr. Reedman.
Councillor Ioannidis?
This 21,000, if the school board doesn't go on, we're not going to have the funding for a 0.4 FTE, so it's just going to be thrown back into the tax stabilization, correct?
I'm sorry, you turned, so I didn't hear everything you said.
If the school boards are not on board and partnering up with their portion, then this 21,000 that we agreed to set aside will be not enough to support the position of a 0.4 FTE. So if we can't support that with the funding, then that money will go back into wherever we decide to put the rest of the money, the tax stabilization reserve fund or what.
Okay, very good. Mayor Vomenovich?
Well, and I was just going to point out, I understand where staff are coming from in terms of, moving it forward and going with the full amount, but I think Councillor Ioannidis' motion actually makes more sense because it becomes much easier for the others to say that, well, yeah, we'll come to the table, but we're not going to help pay for it if the dollars are all there from the city. So I'd rather keep the amount at this and then just put some gentle persuasion upon them to come to the table with some dollars and their voices.
I have Councillor Gazzola and Fernandez in the queue. Are they okay? Just Councillor Gazzola, it's a comment, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think all of this is premature at this time. I'm not prepared to support it. Councillor Ioannidis is saying, well, if it doesn't go forward, the money will go back into the pot. I just assume wait till everybody comes to the table and then we decide. And if that happens later on in the year, we can easily adjust our expenditures at that time. I'm not, when this whole issue was discussed, everything falls down until the principals come to the table. By that I mean the principal of each school, not the principal. And until that happens, we can sit here spinning our wheels forever and setting money aside, but nothing's going to happen. So I'd rather see some real action take place down the road before we start cutting into this year's tax rate.
Councillor Gallo-Silock?
I don't see this as something that we can't do. We have significant problems across this city, and I know they're happening in other municipalities, but we can't do anything to force them to come to the table. What we can do is take money from additional assessment growth and be able to work on a problem that we have across the city. We do need the school boards as a partner with this, and they've been at the table from a discussion level for a number of years now. Now we just need to formalize that through asking them to assist in funding the 0.4 FTE that would only service the City of Kitchener. I think there is a compelling case there to go to Waterloo and Cambridge and say, hey, do you want to come on board? And then we can do that full FTE, which will help across the region, which will help the school boards as well. We already do some of that staff sharing in other parts of our corporation, where I know the accessibility coordinator is hired not only by the City of Kitchener but also by the City of Waterloo. And I think this is an opportunity for us to work holistically across the region. But at the end of the day, if they don't come to the table, we have an opportunity to try and figure out the problem that we are serving our constituents with and try and come up with a solution with a 0.4 FTE. But I do think there's a strong case to get other municipalities on board moving forward. If we don't put the money up first and ask people to come forward, then they're not going to come forward. So I think we need to make this commitment and move this project forward for the safety of our students across the city.
Thank you. Councillor Marsh?
Yeah, I was, well, Councillor Gallo-Silock has said a lot of what I was thinking, so I just want to just echo that sentiment. I think that we need to lead the charge here. We've seen around the horseshoe that our council majority are passionate about this topic. We know that residents are very frustrated about parking issues around schools, and so let's move forward.
I will comment briefly that I'm actually glad that this is putting a bit of pressure on the school boards. I actually was not prepared to support the original budget issue paper amount of $43,000, but I will support the $21,000. I think it's fair because there's definite jurisdictional boundaries in the school board covering at least half of this. So I will support, and I will put it back to Councillor Ioannidis for the final comment.
Yeah, just an additional comments, and I think, you know, by setting this aside, the $21,000, my biggest concern is waiting another full year before we do anything. And if we don't set any money here, we won't even have the opportunity to do anything in 2016. So that's the main component of why this is being put forward.
Okay, so recorded vote on this. Voting is open. Those in favor? Opposed? And the motion carries. Okay, looking through, I'll comment briefly on BD08, BD07, the temporary retail market business licensing. That's here because I requested it. I realize that staff is going to be looking at this holistically in the very near future, so I do not intend to make any motion with respect to that item. I do have some people in the queue for future items. Councillor Fernandez.
Sorry, I'm not speaking on this item. I'm speaking on...
Yep, we're moving on down the list.
So BD06, I'm glad to see that staff is saying that we should wait with this. We don't... I think that we presently have a co-op student who's been working with our staff, and it's been working out really, really well. I'd like to hold off on hiring anybody else and continue using the co-op students as we have been.
Okay, so
I will
move no action on that?
No action.
Okay, I will take that motion. I have 3 people in the queue, but now we're specifically speaking about BD06, the constituency assistant, and there's been a motion of no action. If you wish to speak to that, stay in the queue. Otherwise, please click yourselves out. Okay, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I will support the motion that's in front of us. And as a matter of fact, when we did a study on this, there were a number of us, including myself, that felt that since we have a vacancy currently, that we should continue with that vacancy and actually downsize by one person. The person's been away now. That position's been open for, I don't know, 4 or 5 months now, and we seem to be managing. So I would actually like to see us downsize the number of FTEs by 1.
Okay, so are you...
I will move that, put that recommendation forward. That was a number of people came up with that same conclusion when that study was being put forward. And so it's an opportunity now for council to deal with it.
Okay, that's not directly related to Councillor Fernandez's motion, so we'll discuss that separately for now, okay? So still on the movement of no action on BD06, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, in light of some of the changes in our office, I think it's prudent upon us to put this on hold as staff have recommended and get our one person replaced, and then we can deal with it in the future if required. I think, or I'm optimistic that with the new hiring we may be able to see some changes in our office that may help to assist some of the needs of members of council around the table. And I would suggest that it's, I disagree with the fact that we should decrease the staff that we have in our office. We currently have 3 people to 11 members of council, including the mayor. We have 1 constituency assistant to 5 of us. And I think some of the numbers that we ran through the audit shows that we are on some of the lower ends of that. but I am not advocating at this time for more staff in the office. And I just want to clarify that when the report was done, we were not down to staff at that time. We were at our current core complement at the time that it was done, recognizing that there were a few members of council that suggested that we could decrease the number of staff in our office. But I think right now I'll just reiterate that it's important for us just to hold the line until we make some of the changes with the opening that's currently in our office.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Verbanovic.
Thank you very much. I will speak, I guess, to both issues because I think there's some comments being made about the audit that perhaps are not being reflective of what the audit actually stated. And in fact, what the audit actually stated was that yes, there were a few members of council, a minority, who felt that perhaps there was a role that wasn't needed in the office. But the reality was that the conclusion of the audit was that, if anything, we actually need to add a half person and consider that in 2017. I will certainly not support decreasing the amount of personnel in the office. I can tell you that there are a number of things that, while we have a very capable team of the three that are there that are carrying the load with support from Ms. Miller and others, I can tell you that there are a number of things that, quite frankly, are having to wait, including some of our advocacy efforts and so on, because we don't have the staff complement that at the present time. In terms of this position, I do agree with staff's recommendation that and the motion put forward by Councillor Fernandez to take no action at this time, because this I think we do need to get back up to full complement, see how that rolls out, see how it rolls out with our co-op roles now and in the future, and then revisit that issue in time for 2017.
Thank you. Councillor Etherington.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I agree completely with the staff recommendation on this situation, this issue. I would not support into the future saying we do not need an extra staff person, but I certainly would want to see a thorough discussion of that when we get to that point. And part of that discussion for me, as I've said before, if we ever in a position where we can spend $32,000 on a new employee for the to serve councillors in the mayor's office, I've said before that I would much rather see that spent on an additional bylaw enforcement officer. So all I would want is that there is a thorough debate of that before it takes place. In the meantime, I agree with this recommendation.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll support the staff recommendation to more of a wait-and-see approach. That's not to say that my initial assessment that this is something that is lacking in the mayor and council office of additional assistance. I think rather it's a wrong word, assistance. I think it's fulfillment of us being able to meet our full capacity of serving our constituents and provide the best customer service delivery. And I think that's where the lacking is currently. So definitely there needs to be a more assessment, and I think I would continue to be supportive of that. More support that we have as council members, we can be more effective in governance as well as consistency work.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Davey. Originally, I was the one who wanted to see this put forward, and I still haven't changed my concerns about this position. But I'm supporting the no action. In fact, I wasn't even going to bring this forward today. I think there is an opportunity there through the new position that's coming up. That's chief of staff, there may be an opportunity to reallocate some of the positioning of staff in our office. So I think that would be the best way to go. But by no means what I mean by eliminating position. That to me is no way I would ever consider that. I think I'm willing to wait for 2017 because I know my workload increases. So and it doesn't decrease. So I'll be supporting the no action for today.
Thank you. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I also support staff recommendations, but I do want to point out to the public especially that when we do use co-op students, we're not taking advantage of them. They are paid.
Thank you. I'll support staff's recommendation as well. I think it's especially important in this time for us to work a little more strongly, I guess, more efficiently in light of some of the impacts that we are seeing with water and sewer. So I don't think we should be adding to our own staff complement, certainly at this time. Okay, so recorded vote and everything on this, and the motion is no action.
What about the motion that I put forward?
I'm coming to that after this.
And I'll get a chance to comment?
You will.
Okay, thank you. So we're now agreeing with the staff recommendation?
Yep, green for no additional person.
Or disagreeing if we want to add staff?
And that carries unanimously. Councillor Gallagher, like I have you in the queue, but Councillor Gazzola gets precedence for the last item. Okay, Councillor Gazzola, could you explain your motion?
Yeah, I want to clarify two things. I don't think I indicated that as a result of that study, it was decided to decrease the staff. I said that there were a number of people, a number of councillors that were opposed to increasing the staff. So. Okay. What I'm doing is trying to bring it forward as a vote today and deal with it separately. And you all know where you stood on the previous issue. I just want to make a point that I see just an interesting point that we talk about city council size increase from 7 to 11, okay, in 2010, and therefore, we need more help. And that is true, and I was a councillor before 2010, and I found, and my thinking is based on this, that I found the size of the wards after 2010 were considerably smaller. And I felt that I had, as a result of those changes, I had a lot more time available that I was previously looking after a much larger ward, that I had more time available now with the smaller wards that I could do things that perhaps previously we had to have assistance doing. And it's on that basis that I make that recommendation. You people, some of you will say, oh, he's pandering. Well,
sorry, so Councillor Zoltan, was there a motion in there, or no?
in the mayor and council's office by 1.
Your motion is to reduce the number of FTEs. Okay, and which position then would it be?
I'm leaving that wide open. Makes it very simple if there's a position that's open now to deal with it. Yeah.
Okay, so the inference would be not to replace the chief of staff position is your motion.
I'm saying just reduce it by 1. You can have a little bit of flexibility.
Okay, I expect there'll be a healthy discussion on this, starting with Councillor Gallagher-Sila. No, and on this one, Councillor Fernandez?
Oh, no, not on
no,
this one,
Mayor
sorry.
Verbanovich?
Just first of all, a point of clarification, and we can vote on this. I think I made it clear where I stand on this, and the reality is that without a question in my mind, this role is needed, and the staffing is needed in our office. And I think to suggest anything else is I'm not sure fair to the people in our office and the workload that they do in serving council. I think the other point that needs to be remembered is we should not be assuming that every member of council is a retired individual that is able to take on the added responsibilities that Councillor Gazzola perhaps is suggesting that he's looking after. The reality is, particularly for the councillors, it's meant to be a part-time position, and they need the support staff in order to serve the citizens that each member of council is elected to serve. And so I think that's an important equation in this. Yes, it happens right now that we have a few people who are retired, but I don't think that that could or should be the expectation. Secondly, even from a pure process point of view, I'm not sure that this is something, Mr. Chair, that we should even be debating, because at the end of the day, we set the budget. We've set the budget. This is a permanent FTE in the organization, and at this point, it transfers from us over to management, and it's management that makes those determinations. And so I think we're stretching it, but I'm quite happy to send a clear message that this is a role that we need.
Okay, I'm fine with that. The question's been called. That saves me my comments. Thank you. So the voting is recorded vote, and the vote is you would vote green yes if you wanted to reduce the number of people in the OMC. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion fails. Okay, let's move along. Looking for Councillor Galway-Seelock.
Yeah, I would like to just put forward a motion that the additional funds from the assessment growth be put towards the decreasing the tax levy. So the additional, I'll say 22,000 or whatever that number would be. That would be my motion to do that.
Okay.
That, yeah. And I was just going to say, and I don't know if you probably want to take it separately, I'd also move the staff recommendation for the mileage paper, BDO 9.
I'm not sure there's anything to, isn't that status quo? Like
it
no
is, but there is a
necessary?
recommendation. It
Okay.
is status quo. It's no change, but the recommendation is to keep it the same as staff had recommended previously.
Okay, then I don't anticipate Mr. Wilmer.
Just a reminder through the chair that Council also did receive requests from the Chamber of Commerce and from the hospitals for physician recruitment and specialist recruitment respectively. So those are each $10,000 items for this year.
Thank you. We will get to that. Thank you. I appreciate the reminder. Let's deal with, just because I don't anticipate any issue with the mileage and per diem, it's status quo. Does anyone have any problems with that? Questions or concerns? I'm not, mileage. Councillor Etherington?
I have no problem with the mileage. I would just point out, just for general interest, the fact that the City of Cambridge pays double the amount for on per diem rates. It's always bugged me for a long while. I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank you, Councillor Etherington. Okay, so we'll take the motion on that, and that is essentially no action, effectively. Recorded vote. And that carries unanimously. We'll go back to the other item, and that is transferring the balance, the $22,000, to the tax levy. Are there any questions or comments on that? Councillor Gazzola.
You talk about the balance. We're saying the 43,000 is going against the tax levy.
No, 21,000 of that has been allocated for the school zone.
Yeah, okay.
Item.
Well, yeah, you've done that as one action, and the 43 is.
Yeah, so there's $22,000 left that would go to the tax levy is the motion before us.
Basically, it says that the 43 is all going back. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay, and Mr. Hagee on that?
I just wanted to clarify, so on the screen, it's probably easier to see in front of you, there was an increase in the dividend from the parking enterprise, which was $25,000, so that's revenue that's coming into taxes. So essentially, you see on line 52, it says total of changes is 47,222. So that's the number. The sentiment's exactly the same, but it's essentially everything that's left over, and that amount is 47,222 that it be used to reduce taxes.
Okay, and just to clarify, the transfer from the parking, just to be 100% sure, that was passed as a one-time allocation, so we'll revisit it next budget, correct? Okay, just want to make sure. Point of clarification, Councillor Singh?
Yeah, it was to do with the parking, and you've reaffirmed that is a one-time. And because it's only a one-time, I had a suggestion for it, but I'll go in the queue.
Okay, yeah, hold on to that. Councillor Yaneski, on the $22,000 to the tax levy? Go ahead.
Yeah, clarification. So initially it was 43,000. We took 21,000 and put it to the schools.
Correct.
So down to 22,000.
Correct.
Okay, so of that 22,000, then if you look at final page 45, there were 4 categories there, of which we already dealt with the school one. So those means that we could take the motion by Councillor Galloway-Seelock. Are we going to reduce that to all of that to go forward for the taxes, right?
Correct.
Okay, so then those other items we won't need to deal with them.
If someone wants to deal with them independently, yes.
Okay, I'm prepared to support the 22,000 going into reducing the taxes.
Okay. Mayor Verbanovich on this item, or? Sorry, go ahead.
Actually, we need to deal with the request with respect to the physician and specialist recruitment. We have a letter both from the Chamber and a subsequent one we received late last week from Mr. Potts. Having said that, and I only raise it because, there's really 2 options. There's some debate about whether this needs to happen on an ongoing basis or is some of it continue to be temporary. My preference would be that for one more year, we fund it out of economic development and as a temporary funding. And then we revisit that next year as staff have an opportunity to have further dialogue around the permanent need of this. And at that point, we can deal with it as part of permanent budget. I don't know if Mr. Wilmer wants to add anything to that, but I think he's saying no. So I think that's sort of what we know at this point in time.
Okay, we'll take that as a separate motion afterwards then? Okay. So again, is anyone in the queue, just actually raise your hands, just people here. Is there anyone in the queue who want to speak to the $22,000, the tax base? Not seeing anyone, okay. I would just, on the same item? We're still talking about the $22,000 the tax. Yeah, okay. I'm just going to comment. I'm a little bit torn about this because we are at a tax levy increase that's well below our peers. And at the same time, this negates BDO8, the Tax Stabilization Reserve, which is dwindling and puts us in a bit of a precarious position for unforeseen events going forward. I will reluctantly support the motion in light of the fact, again, that the water and sewer rates have increased a significant percentage, and I'll leave it at that. Councillor Galloway-Seelock, for the next item or now? This one? Okay, just closing it out, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, just closing it out. I know that this amount to the average taxpayer is minimal, but I think at the end of the day, it's a small way that we can show that we're doing our best to try and keep our tax levy as low as possible. And as you've already said, Mr. Chair, in light of some of the rates that we've had to increase out of necessity today, I think it's a small way that we can give back. It's extra assessment growth, and so I feel I too kind of looked at it, should it go tax stabilization reserve or should it go to the tax levy, and I had that debate with myself, and at the end of the day, because it was additional assessment, I felt like giving that break to the levy this time, and hoping that we can continue to find ways to replenish the tax stabilization reserve fund. I just don't think the token of $22,000 was going to increase that position of the tax stabilization reserve fund significantly. So I think giving it back to the taxpayer is a good way to show that we're doing the best we can to keep things as low as possible.
Okay, recorded vote. And that carries unanimously. We will now deal with the physician recruitment, and as moved by Mayor Verbenovich then, so what would happen is for one more year, this would be funded out of the Economic Development Reserve, so there is no impact to the tax base for 2016. So I have 4 people in the queue, 5 people in the queue to speak on this. Councillor Singh? Okay, Councillor Fernandez on this? Oh, sure, certainly. Hold off for 1 second, Councillor Fernandez. Mayor Verbenovich.
Thank you. I just want to be clear on the motion. So the motion is, as per the notes in the request, 10,000 for physician, 10,000 for specialist recruitment, both funded out of economic development. And I might as well just speak to it at this point as well. I'll just say that I think this has been a very successful partnership in terms of meeting the health needs of our community. We know that one of the significant factors that people look at when they're making a decision to locate in a community or a business is looking to invest in a community is access to the kind of medical care that's necessary for their employees and for their families. And certainly this kind of partnership with others has been an effective way of doing it. Because it not only involves our dollars, but those from the private sector and others that help fund this. And so I would urge us to encourage this and then refer it back to staff to have further dialogue with the Chamber and the hospitals in terms of 2017 and beyond.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez.
I want to have an understanding of how many years, because I think this has been going on for at least 5 years. But what kind of commitment did we make time-wise for this?
Mr. Chapman.
Through Mr. Chair, our recollection is that it was a 5-year program that was renewed for a subsequent 5 years, so it's been 10 years now.
Okay, so we've been doing it for 10 years, and believe me, I've had an awful lot of experience in the last 8 weeks with our healthcare system, and if anybody was going to be advocating for extra doctors, or I would be, but I'll be quite frank with you. We have done a bang-up job. We've got many medical students in the system who have expressed to me their deep desire to stay within the community. So I think we've done our job. I don't think we need another year to add to the recruitment. I'd like to see us hold off on it this year, review it, and if we still see the need, then we can resurrect it next year. But we've been doing this for 10 years. That's an awful lot of money. So I'd like not to be putting the $10,000 in. I know it doesn't impact the tax budget, but it impacts our economic development funds.
Thank you. Councillor Yaneski?
Yeah, when we deal with it, could we deal with it separately, 10 for the doctors and then 10 for the hospital?
We can, yes. Yep. Okay. Anyone else on this? Councillor Galway-Seelock?
I've been a part of this program on a couple of occasions when they have their weekends to recruit the physicians, and I think it's fabulous. I really think they do a great job in trying to recruit more physicians into our community and specialists. It was 5 years and then another 5 years. It's been 10 years. And now they're not just asking for this year, they're asking for the next 3 years. So we fully know that if we do it this year, they're coming back next year and the year after. They've had ample time to continue to look for funding sources elsewhere that could benefit from having more physicians. And I'm not prepared to continue to support this initiative. It has been 10 years, and I recall them coming and asking and making their case that there was a time where this was going to end. And this is now the extension yet again. I've supported it all the way in the past, but I think we need to draw the line. And I do think at the end of the day, they're still going to be able to run their program without our $10,000 for each of the for the physician recruitment as well as the specialist recruitment. They may just have to be a little bit more creative or live a little bit more within the means of their budget. So I'm not going to be prepared to support this moving forward.
Councillor Ioannidis on this?
Yes, thank you, Chair Davey. I'm prepared to support the motion put forward by the mayor. And the reason why I put this forward, the reason why I'm supporting it is because the way I kind of look at it is, well, he did mention about talent acquisition, but the way I'm looking at it too is when we got to look at our aging population, and our aging population is going to be even greater in the next 5 to 10 years, and our healthcare system is going to be there's going to be an increased demand for and a more of increased demand for medical staff, including doctors and specialists. And if we lay off on the gas on that, to me, I think our goal should be every citizen in this city should be able to have a doctor, and that's what our goal. And I don't think we should never stop at that until we achieve that. And even if we do achieve that, I think we need to keep doing that, because otherwise we will get back to the position where we are. Maybe not include the same amount of funding, but this is an important initiative, and I think we should all support it.
Okay, and Mayor Rabinovich on this? Councillor Singh on this?
I was in queue, but I'd like to speak to this, just with the way the conversation is going now. I am supportive of the initiative that Mayor Rabinovich has put forward. I think if ever any argument, or if you look at any studies for economic development and talent attraction and retention, healthcare probably ranks one of the highest. If we want to have a strong, thriving, supportive economy, we need to ensure that people feel safe, as well as people feel that there are services available for healthcare to support and safeguard their family. So this is something, I know we've been funding it for a long time, but we're funding into a program that leverages and only improves upon our community. If ever there's a dollar well spent, this is one.
And Mayor Rabinovich?
Thank you. Just to wrap it up, I'm just going to reiterate the fact that I think this is extremely important. This is not something unique to Kitchener. I mean, this is something that other municipalities are having to do as well. And just anecdotally from things I've read before, to dollar figures that I believe are higher than what we're being asked to invest in, and part of that is because of the partnership that's existed here. In an ideal world, we would be able to step away from this, and we wouldn't need to do any of this going forward, and it would simply be a responsibility of the province. But I think in light of some of the fiscal constraints that the province has, I don't see that happening in the near future. I think, when Councillor Fernandez speaks about the new young physicians we have here, well, a big reason that we have them here is because of this program, and that we've been able to attract them to the region, and because of the investments that we've made as a community, either through the city, the region, and other partners, in terms of both the School of Pharmacy and the med school, and those have certainly helped. But this continues to be important going forward, and instead of making a 3-year commitment as is being requested, I think we need to have some further review in terms of the ongoing commitment, and hence why I'm only suggesting an additional year at this time.
I'll just comment briefly. I've struggled with this in the past. On one hand, yes, it's an economic development driver, should be funded out of economic development. On the other hand, it's clearly a provincial responsibility, and while I understand the challenges the province faces with their budgets, to be frank, that's not under my control, not my responsibility to resolve. I'm comfortable somewhat comfortable approving this for one final year, knowing it's going to come out of economic development and it's going to hit the tax levy next year. So I fully reserve the right to not vote in favor of this for the 2017 budget. Councillor Galloway-Seelock, one quick point, please.
I just want to make one more quick point. They've had fantastic results, and it shows in page final 68, where it says, "We are proud to say that the results of efforts, 15 family physicians started practices here last year. This year to date, they had an additional 13 family physicians, and they know of at least a minimum of 6 that are going to establish this year in Kitchener-Waterloo." And then if you skip over to the next page, it says the shortage of family physicians could again increase. So we're not in the same situation we were 10 years ago when we were dealing with this. We're in a completely different situation now. And so I think even if we skip a year or skip a couple years, and if there's that need, not necessarily the need arises, but if there seems to be a decline, we've had in the last 2 years 28 new family physicians. That's fantastic. And I appreciate that our money has been well used to attracting those 28, but I think it's time to take a break from the funding this.
Thank you. Recorded vote. Oh, pardon me. Councillor Yaneski had asked to be voted on them separately, so we'll vote on the physician recruitment first. Physician, not specialist. The physician, the family doctor first. Yeah. Okay, those in favor? And opposed? That carries. We'll now vote on the specialist recruitment. Those in favor? And opposed? That carries. Looking through here. Yes, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I just wanted clarification for the increase in dividend for parking. The motion that was, can we redirect that into tax stabilization, or would that be contrary to an motion that's already approved? Because it's a one-time basis, and I think it could have a better allocation than the tax base right now, as long as it's not,
Yes, you could.
Special counsel.
Sorry?
Move a motion, special counsel.
Well, he could, correct me if I'm wrong, but he could just move a motion that we transfer the same amount of money to tax stabilization. It has something to do with parking.
Right.
Is that your motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I speak to that now?
Yes, certainly.
Yeah, if the theme of today is about doing the right thing, or planning for the future and planning appropriately, I think one of the things that we've neglected out of this budget is supporting our tax stabilization fund, and I think that is just as important as ensuring that we're adequately funding our infrastructure program, because having a depleted stabilization fund when emergencies and opportunities at the same time come up, we need to ensure that there are monies there so that we can leverage on them. So even if it's a small opportunity, I wish we could have put that $22,000 in the tax stabilization. I would have preferred to go in that direction, but that's fine. If there was a little bit more alleviance to the tax base, I support that as well. But we have an opportunity for a fund that's only a one-time basis, and rather put into the tax stabilization fund, knowing that we've done the right thing for that as well, and at the same time alleviating that pressure that will exist into the next year's budget if you just leave it as a reduction to the tax base.
Okay. So the motion is a one-time transfer. Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, we go on here long enough, we're starting to suck and blow. We're above the inflation rate. We've done 2 minor little things to alleviate the tax roll. What are we playing with? Are we going to stay here till, we made a decision this morning. I would ask that you leave the decision the way it is. It has basically no bearing whatsoever on our tax stabilization reserve.
Okay, no more comments. The voting's open. Record vote. A one-time transfer of $25,000 to tax stabilization is the motion. From where? Mr. Chapman, what would the technical term be if it's just the base levy?
From the tax-supported operating budget.
The tax-supported operating budget, thank you. Okay, has everyone voted? Okay, those in favor? And opposed? And the motion fails. Okay, I believe that concludes our work. Looking to staff to confirm. Yes, we are good. Councillor Fernandez, I have you in the queue.
I have a couple of questions on the long forms that were handed out to us. Is this the right time to ask those questions?
This would be, we deal with this as special counsel. Yeah, we're going to special counsel right in just a few moments here.
I want to make sure that if it can affect the levy.
Oh, what's your question?
Okay, so I want to understand on page 2, number 6, the following net revenues expenditures be approved for reserve funds in 2016. On community loan, I see a 5 there. What I want to understand is that is this $5,000 that's coming out of that community loan?
Through the chair, it's not a transfer to the community loan program. It's just saying that the community loan reserve is going to grow by $5,000 next year.
So all of these amounts, except for the ones in brackets, which means they're not going to grow, right?
Correct. And I believe that specific amount is a payback. So there was a loan that was made to an organization, and I don't recall which one it is, but they had a payback of $5,000 a year over a number of years, say 5 years. And so this is just recognizing that.
Okay. And the economic development is going to grow by $380,000?
Correct. That will have to be adjusted based on the vote that just happened for physician and specialist recruitment.
So is there any opportunity for council to take money from any of these accounts to help offset the tax levy?
There's an opportunity for it. Essentially, the only reserve that's its purpose is the tax stabilization reserve fund, which is about halfway down, and you'll see is going down, and that's essentially acknowledging the payment that's being made to Center in the Square, which was $250,000. It has a positive balance right now, so it's earning a little bit of interest, and there's a net decrease in that reserve of $242,000.
Okay. So would there be any opportunity or any benefit to removing $50,000 from the Economic Development Fund? Like instead of it growing 380, could we grow it 330?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, council can do whatever it wishes. It's inconsistent with the purpose of the reserve, and it goes back to the point that the chair made earlier on, that unless you're prepared to add that to the levy increase next year, it would become a permanent draw on that reserve, which would deplete it considerably over time.
But my understanding is that they're sitting in quite a healthy position at this time. The reserve is sitting in quite a strong position.
And through the chair, I think that's a value judgment. There's no ongoing funding to that reserve, and so you may believe it's well funded. There may be other members of council that would say it's not. But yes, the balance has grown.
Okay, yeah, so the balance as I am seeing it for the budget is $9,454,000, according to C56. So if we were to, so we're going to add an additional $380,000 to that account, according to this sheet, right? Which would bring it over $10 million. We're pretty darn close. If we were to remove $50,000 from that fund, instead of letting it grow $330,000, and put that into our tax stabilization fund, that's a motion I could make. Is that correct?
As I said, you could make it. It would be inconsistent with Council's reserve policy.
Okay, I understand that. I would like to make that motion at this time. I realize it's inconsistent with policy, but I think there are times when we can set aside our policy and take a look at a way to help offset the tax levy in some way or another. So that's my motion. Instead of $380,000 going into the Economic Development Fund, that we reduce it by 50 and $330,000 go into the Economic Development Fund.
And sorry, just to clarify one moment, so $50,000 is going from Economic Development Reserve to Tax Stabilization Reserve?
That's correct.
Okay. Point of clarification, Mayor Verbenovich.
So, I mean, I guess that makes even less sense to me than what I thought was going to be the motion. I think, Mr. Chair, I guess I would question if we're going to start making policy decisions about various funds that we have. I wasn't anticipating coming into budget today to be making those policy decisions on the fly of decisions that have been previously made. If we're making policy decisions, I would have suggested that there should have at the very least been a notice of motion to that effect if somebody wanted to do that. It's not just a matter of saying, you know, we're going to move some money around, in my view. It's a matter of saying, you know, these are the conditions under which certain funds have been established by this council or previous councils, and that's the guidelines that are in place. And so if we're going to change those, I don't think budget is the time to be doing that. And so I guess I'm seeking some clarification from you on that.
My understanding was that decisions, and I looked to the clerk in case I'm misinterpreting, but I thought decisions of this nature would be subject to the budget period. Even if it's in contravention of policy, that has been the historic practice, my understanding. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I think that's the practice that's been dealt with, and I looked to the clerk to see if there's anything that I'm missing in that.
Sorry, my apologies. Through you, the chair, it is through the chair's discretion as to whether or not you want to accept a motion that would be contrary to council's policy.
Okay, I'm going to permit the motion to be voted on, and at the same time, I think this is something that we need to have a discussion on in the future, because while we're talking about a small quantum now, what happened, the implications of this going forward in future budgets for, with all due respect, no notice or items coming without any forethought from the rest of council. What if this was a request to transfer $5 million out? And that would have serious implications. So I think we're saved somewhat by the quantum here, but I will permit the motion.
So if I can just speak to it then at the moment, I won't be supporting the motion, Mr. Chair, because the motion talks about moving it from the Economic Development Fund to the Tax Stabilization Fund. That has absolutely no impact on the ultimate tax increase that it's going to affect our citizens. And so that gives me even more reason not to be sort of straying from the policy in general today. But I think over and above that, it is incredibly important that the funds that we have in place in the Economic Development Reserve Fund stay intact for our ability as a city to continue to attract and be in a position to attract and retain the kinds of businesses we have in the past. As we know, we have made investments, for example, in the tannery and community, and those investments have paid back significantly in terms of job creation and investment in our community from the tech sector, as an example. And I think it's important that we continue to be in a position to support those kinds of initiatives in the future. I'm sure that if this was something that staff contemplated being discussed today, we would have had a fairly substantive report from economic development about the dangers of going down this path. And since it doesn't have any tax implications, I would urge council not to support it.
Okay, I have 6 people in the queue. I would ask you to please click out if you're not speaking to this item. Councillor Ioannidis. Not in this item. Councillor Singh.
Yeah. There are constant moments where, I have to do a double take on sometimes the suggestions that are made. Motion before, in effect, was going to help fund, be it in a small way, the tax stabilization fund. And now, where those that did not support that are just playing efforts to take one from one fund to another, which I don't know what that would accomplish. It just shifts around the balances in our reserves. As Mayor Vivenovich has said, it doesn't impact or negative or positive to our tax base. I'm not really seeing what the cause or reason for that effort. Because it makes no sense, I won't support it.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I want to express my opinion in that I firmly believe council can do what it wants, provided there's no upper legislation forbidding what we do. I think that's what Mr. Chapman basically said first. In this particular case, Councillor Fernandez is not asking to change the policy. She's asking to make a transfer. I think she has the right to do that. And I'm not passing judgment on whether it's a good thing, a bad thing, or what. She has the right to do that. And I think going forward, see, it used to be a time when we discussed a lot of issues like that as we were reviewing in committee, and now we leave everything to the 11th hour. And that, had these things been discussed in committee, there could have been discussion, and then it would be finalized here in council. So, having said that, I want to strongly suggest, unless the clerks can prove me wrong, that we have the right to do virtually whatever we want. The buck stops here. Okay? I think in this particular case, I won't support what's being recommended because I don't see that it really accomplishes anything. It doesn't make a lot of difference, but the councillor does have that right.
Thank you. I would point out only in the comments about not discussing it in committee, there very easily could have been a request by any member of council to bring forward an issue paper on what are the implications of transferring $50,000. That's what committees are for, the first two. Anyway, Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to oppose this, and I would question your decision on this. I mean, it's a completely ad hoc, bizarre, off-the-wall suggestion. I mean, why not up it to $2 million? Give council a chance to have some intelligent thought put into a question like this. It's totally absurd. We got Mr. Regier sitting up there. Why isn't he commenting on this? Why economic development should have a say on this? It's crazy.
It's your prerogative to ask the question, Councillor Etherington. So with that, Mr. Regier, would you like to comment? Sorry, Councillor Galway-Seelock, did you say that out loud? I did say okay, we've had a calling of the question. Mr. Regier, your services are not required at this time. Recorded vote on transferring $50,000 out of the... Yeah, you do not. When the question's been called, we vote on it. Those in favor? And opposed? Okay, I have two people in the queue. Councillor Fernandez?
Oh, no, that was just a comment.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola? No. Councillor Ioannidis?
So we're able to table other motions up forward now since...
Yes, we are, and I would... I guess I just before, I guess we're sort of opening up the floor now in some sense, but I want to be careful in that if it's something that's related and is burning and needs to be dealt with today, by all means, table it. If it's an issue that's better dealt with a more fulsome discussion when council and or staff have had an opportunity to provide some feedback, I would ask that you bring that forward at future finance committee or notice of motion.
Well, basically what I'm going to put forward is what I put on your thing, but ask for staff to bring a report back. So... to look at it. So it's just more or less moving the business forward.
And this is the motion that you have handed out?
Yes.
Okay, and again, I think it's good, but I think it's worthy of a more fulsome discussion than just, because I want to comment on it, I think everyone's going to comment on it, and it's direction to staff to bring back a report. So I think I would recommend that you hold that off for the next finance committee.
I'll cut you a break.
I appreciate that, thank you. I do not see anyone else in the queue. Councillor Fernandez?
So I have a question about this foolscap sheet that we received. We receive this only on budget day. We don't receive it at any time previous, right?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, that's correct. It's provided on final budget day, but it reflects all of the content that's been in your budget package through the whole process.
But it reflects it in a different way, because that's why, I mean, I've never questioned the revenues and expenditures page before, because I didn't recognize it as such. Now, again, learning as we all do year after year, this page looks different than our reserve fund, and that's why I'm asking about the questions related to this. I guess I want to understand, how can we do better on getting this information to council? Because I don't know that I would be sitting there going through every reserve fund wondering what percentage is going to be increased. All we have on our papers that we got back in November on capital was the budget funds, the reserve funds in each one of those sections. How would I know that these were the increases in expenditures that were going to happen until today?
So through the chair, I can respond. If you turn to page C-177 in capital, you can see that there is a line in the schedule we've provided that says net change. It's line D. And those numbers, with almost no exception, would agree to what's in front of you today. Economic development is an exception, and I believe Council, since dealing with the capital budget, has dealt with a proposal from economic development around accelerator investment. And so that's led to a change. But you'll note all of the other values in that section are consistent with what's in the budget resolution.
I apologize. I could not find that page. What page was that again?
C-177.
C-177.
Yeah.
Oh, C-177.
This is just a summary of the budget that we can pass in special council. Everything that's in here is in here, except for some updated numbers that we didn't receive until final budget day.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Uneski?
Yeah, also dealing with this, I know we got it this morning. Could we not have got this like a week ago? So we could review it, and all of a sudden, I mean, I agree with Councillor Fernandez. All of a sudden, you get these figures. I don't know how you can justify it. You assume they're correct. That's all I'm going by, but we can't question it because you got to do your homework.
Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, again, there's nothing new here. If it would be helpful to council to receive this information the week prior to final budget day, we can look at our schedule to see if we can accommodate that. But again, everything that is in here is found already in the budget package ahead of you today.
And again, Councillor Yaneski, this is the piece we go through for special counsel to confirm everything that we've done here. So it's the exact same information formatted differently.
I understand that.
Okay.
It just seems to be repackaged different.
It is.
And so you got to now refocus yourself and try to redo it and re-examine it just to satisfy yourself. And that's why I just didn't feel comfortable in terms of trying to understand these figures without. I mean, some of the stuff is straightforward, and I'm not questioning some of those points of 18 points, but some of them, especially the ones that are long ones, I didn't know.
Okay, Mayor Rabinovich, are you queued in for special counsel?
I just wanted to say, we have received this kind of sheet for the last 21 years that I've been around this horseshoe on budget day. At the end of the budget, as a way of taking all the various decisions that got made, staff pre-type this with all of the information, and at the end, when we get to special counsel, if there's any numbers that need changing, they will go over those numbers that need changing, and then we ratify it. Otherwise, we can sit here for, a couple hours in between this and special counsel to ratify it. This is the exact same way it's been done from the time that Councillor Gazzola was head of finance, and all the people since him, and it's the exact same way that it's done at the region. And, I don't know why it's all of a sudden becoming an issue today.
So I have no one else in the queue, so is this anything need to be passed before we go into special counsel?
So on the big full SCAP sheet, I can go over what the changes are. There have been some changes made today, or the things that are a little bit different, just so everybody's aware. It does say that, it's to the mayor and members of the council, and it says your Finance and Corporate Services Committee recommends the following. So in Clause 1, the number has changed from what's there, the $111 million. It's now 048,045. And you'll see that on the screen as well. In the white box, it says summary of tax increase. So 111,048,045. For a tax increase of approximately 1.46% instead of 1.5%. Clause 2 remains completely unchanged. Assessment growth is the same. 3 will be completely unchanged except the parking enterprise. There was the change of $25,000 in the expenses. So expenses would go up by $25,000 and the net revenue expense number would be different by $25,000. Clause 4 remains unchanged about water rate increases and sanitary increases. Clause 5 about stormwater utility rate increases remains unchanged as well. Over to Clause 6 about reserve funds. That would essentially be unchanged. Economic development will change because of the amount that has come through there, as well as the parking stabilization reserve fund would be different. So we'll make those changes. Flipping over to number 7 about the boards, KPL and Center in the Square, the numbers remain unchanged. The wording will get tweaked slightly. That will add some wording about notification being sent to council when Center in the Square requests their funding. Number 8, the economic development grants are just as included in budget, has not changed. Number 9, FTE additions has changed. Council approved the school travel planner for 0.4 FTE. So there's the 3 positions that are already in that chart, as well as a school travel planner of 0.4 FTE. Number 10 and 11, mileage and per diems are unchanged. Moving to capital, the total budget number has not changed, so Clause 12 has not changed, although there is that reallocation that was approved by Council to move funding from the Southwest Library Branch to Southwest District Park. So the total is the same, but we will change the funding of those projects. 13, capital out of current remains unchanged. 14, the projects we will issue debt on remains unchanged. Number 15, the projects that have DC funding have not changed. Number 16, the projects that have a DC recovery has not changed. 17, just the administrative piece that council approving the budget excluding amortization and post-employment benefits has not changed. 18, that the business plan be approved has not changed. And then 19 is an addition, and that's Councillor Fernandez's motion about operating and capital balances as at December 31st being provided prior to budget day. So the exact wording will be reflected in the final resolution. So all of this with the updated numbers will come back, will be approved by council and then will be reflected in the minutes.
Okay, Mayor Rabinovich?
Well, and where's the money for the docks?
Economic development.
Oh, the docks. I thought you said ducks. I'm
dock.
sorry. So when I went through 6, I said the Economic Development Reserve Fund will change. So it's in the top third under program specific Economic Development Reserve Fund. That amount would get reduced.
Would reduce, but we got to add them somewhere. So would that go under 8 for economic development grants? We need to expense it somewhere.
Yes. Thank you. So physician and specialist recruitment would be reflected in clause 8. Thank you. So that is the summary of changes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, very good. Councillor Etherington?
One question. And I may have been asleep, the $50,000 for the community gardens, where would that be?
It's in the total of the approved capital budget. So it's not explicitly referenced, but it would be in clause 12 and 13.
Thank you very much.
So,
okay, no one else in the queue, so we move into special counsel then?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Yes, we will adjourn, and I will have brief comments after special counsel is concluded, if I could. Over to you.